Haere mai ki tēnei hui. Welcome to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council meeting of July. Can I please ask Councillor Williams to open us with karakia? Thank you.
Ka ingoa tātou karakia ko tūtaua mai. Tūtaua mai I runga, tūtaua mai I raro, tūtaua mai I roto, tūtaua mai I waho. Kia tau ai, te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, omi e, hui
tai ki kia ora. Thank you, everyone. A warm welcome to councillors, members, staff, exec, and those joining us online today. We will be joined online by Councillor Foley, by Tanya Hopmans and Mike Paku. Are there any apologies for leaving early other than Councillor Di Roadley at 3:45? Councillor Hawke?
3 p.m.
3 p.m. Thank you. Well done. Just some housekeeping to go through.
12:30, Madam Chair.
Oh, kia ora, Mike.
12:30, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Leaving at 1 p.m. Thank you.
12:30.
1:30.
12:30.
12:30. Sorry. This sounds quite quiet. 12:30. Thank you. Just for housekeeping purposes, this meeting is being live streamed on the Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In an earthquake, drop cover and hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill, along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps to Cameron Road. In the event of an evacuation, if an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Baltier Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted and the wharepaku are located down the hallway outside the chamber entrance. In terms of notices, are there any for today's council meeting? There are none. It is time for councillors who declare any conflict of interests they have in today's items. Thank you, Councillor Harding. Which is that item?
Kia ora, Chair. Conflict with decision item 9, Heritonga Water Storage Delivery, due to my nomination as representative of Heritonga Sustainable Water on the proposed Whangwhana Dam alternative delivery vehicle. Thank you.
Thank you. So for item 9, you'll be exiting the table.
I will.
Thank you. Councillor Van Dyke?
Yeah, just indicating a conflict of interest also under item 9 due to the ownership of several irrigation wells and consents on those irrigation wells.
So you're declaring your interest, and how would you like
conflict
to...
of interest?
Conflict of interest.
I just declare it, and
yes.
I'll just take part in the
item.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other conflict of interest that need to be declared? There are none, thank you. Confirmation of the last council meeting on the 25th of June. Those who were present and have read the minutes, are there any corrections to be made? There are none. Can I please have a mover, Councillor Van Beek and Councillor Roadley? All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. There are no speakers for public forum today. Now there is a call for minor items that are not on the agenda. Minor item. Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Regionalism.
Regionalism. Fantastic. And we'll address those at the end of the meeting. Thank you. Very broad, but... we will move on to our decision items. So we have the first decision item, recommendations from the Regional Planning Committee. Can I please hand it over to Nick and the exec? And Nicola.
I think, Madam Chair, just take the paper as read and invite staff to the table if there's any questions from councillors.
Thank you. Welcome, Nicola and Belinda. Kia ora. Welcome. So at our last Regional Planning Committee, there were decisions made. If you could just quickly remind us of those, and then any questions from our council table. Thank you.
Just up here to discuss 2 items that were considered by the RPC in May and seek council approval on those. The first one sought direction from the RPC for a change in the policy and planning work program, and the outcome was that, and that was in light of the government's recent reforms, and the outcome of that was that the RPC resolved to pause work on all topics and focus on hazards and risks and climate change.
Yes.
So are there any questions on that one?
Questions, team? No?
No.
Straightforward? Thank
Okay.
you.
Second item was procedural only, and that was with respect to Plan Change 7 outstanding water bodies. The RPC resolved that that should proceed to be made operative if no appeals were lodged. And so as of the 15th of May, no appeals were lodged, and we're seeking approval to go ahead and carry out those steps and make it operative.
Questions? Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I think it's just a matter of tidy up. I see in the recommendations, item 5 still mentions potential appeal lodgement. We can probably, I don't think we need that now, so we can probably just drop off the last 8 words of that last recommendation. I think time's caught up with the paper, possibly.
That's no problem.
Thank you. We'll make that
Otherwise it's
correction.
a bit nonsensical. Thank you.
Good spotting. Thank you. If there are no further questions, can I please have a mover? Councillor
I had a
Williams?
question.
A question?
We know how much this organisation has spent in this process, including through Environment Court mediation. Question 1. Question 2, what value do you think this process has added in terms of the promotion of water quality in our region?
2 questions there. Hand it over to the team. First question, the
First
cost.
question, the cost. Through you, Chair, no we don't, but I can get those costs if that's what the council requires, but we note that the plan change has been in place since it was initiated in 2017. So it has spanned multiple financial years, and as you understand, they are always costly. In terms of your second question about how has it improved water quality, was that the question?
How much value has it added in terms of protecting water quality?
I think it adds another layer of consideration for our resources in the region, and certainly will be a matter for consideration for future plan changes and consenting.
Thank you, Chair. Don't get me wrong, I know we had to do it.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of...
Wanting to quantify the value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a question on that, over that value proposition in my head since it...
Councillor Williams, did you still want a cost estimate?
I wouldn't mind a ballpark on that.
Okay, but can we have that as a follow-up?
I can
Thank
bring
you.
that forward.
Thank you. Fantastic. Are there any further questions? There are none. Councillor Williams, are you happy to move the paper? Not until you have the cost estimates?
Yeah, someone else.
Yeah. Can I please have a mover of the recommendations from the RPC? Councillor Harding? A second. All those who agree say aye. Aye. Would you like to speak?
Just a very quick comment. This is procedural, as we've heard. It's taken a very long time to get here. What the paper doesn't reflect, and what the question on costs doesn't reflect, is the costs ongoing, and there are additional procedural steps. I believe that this that having the regionally outstanding water bodies brings to the consenting process, and I think that it's based around the additional steps relate to testing, in my understanding, testing any change about the outstanding or effectively outstandingness from the date. I think it's from the date of that it becomes operative. So basically from the end of this month, or whenever the date is, there will be some additional procedural requirements, which ought to be understood by the public, and that's simply why I'm raising that point, that there is more to this than simply the procedural. There is an implementation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Harding. So we had a mover and a seconder. All those who agree, say aye.
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 Those against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Next, we have the Napier Urban Waterways. So invite Chris and the team up. Chris and John, kia ora. Welcome.
Thank you.
So,
I'm here with John
yes.
Kingsford. John heads up our asset management team. So really, I think most councillors would be familiar with this topic. We've had a number of workshops over the years. Pardon, councillor?
Just ignore that. Carry on.
We don't
So-
ignore councillors.
So I'll just hand over to John to take us through some of the key aspects of this, simply an in-principle decision to allow staff to continue the work ultimately into a formal consultative process. So I'll just hand to John and then happy to answer some questions.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Kia ora tātou. As Chris has suggested, this has been going around the water cycle for quite some time now. There's been a number of meetings, workshops, and so forth with regard to this topic. I'm going to take the paper as read and perhaps hit the high points. As we know, there is quite a complicated stormwater network that services the Napier urban area with assets owned by both Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Napier City Council. The current ownership and management arrangement was decided upon in the 1989 local government reform, so it's been quite some time since the way things are working has been reviewed. Due to a number of challenges in this space that have become more prevalent since the 2020 floods in Napier, a review of the urban stormwater network was undertaken looking to address a number of issues, primarily around the consistency of level of service for stormwater services within urban Napier, the need for a more coordinated and consistent investment approach towards this infrastructure, and strengthening of accountability, roles and responsibilities for that work. And primarily, I guess, also for better risk management when it came to high rainfall events. The report identifies the areas that have been considered with regard to HBRC's network and the main issues seeking to be resolved around level of service, accountability, roles and responsibility, and decision-making for investment. The preliminary business case or the previous business case considered 10 options. Those are highlighted in the report, with the preferred option being a transfer of assets from Hawke's Bay Regional Council to Napier City Council on a geographical basis, as alluded to in those maps. The report talks about a draft schedule for transition that is highlighted in words there and the diagram, essentially being the development of a single asset management plan for all urban stormwater assets between now and 1 July 2026. HBRC would continue to own our urban stormwater assets, would continue to rate for our urban stormwater assets between now and that period, and through to 1 July 2027, albeit with NCC or Napier City Council contracted to operate and maintain our urban stormwater assets alongside their own for the 12-month period from 1 July 2026 to 1 July 2027. Lots of dates there, apologise for that. At the point where 1 July 2027 lands, the proposed regional water supply CCO would be up and running, and assets and full ownership would be transferred to that entity at that time. So that's the proposed transition period. There's a lot of work to do between now and a point where a decision would need to be made to approve that transfer, and that'll be supported by a revised business case that I extrapolates out this transition plan and what needs to be considered. So the report identifies some financial and resource implications, not a lot of resource implication for Hawke's Bay Regional Council. The business case as it currently stands identifies about a 0.1 FTE associated with this small component of our overall stormwater asset. The urban stormwater assets that we own being around about 4% of our total asset base. So quite small for us in that regard. There is some costs that would transfer over around $1.2 million in an annual operating expenditure being borne by NCC with a commensurate reduction in HBRC's costs, potentially some stranded overhead costs for HBRC, and obviously there'll be a transfer in book value on those assets. So those are the high points. I'm sure there'll be questions about that. What we're recommending is that council support in principle this proposal on the basis that the business case further supports it, and that there will be required to have consultation on this proposal in time to come.
Thank you, John.
Yes.
Just the first question from me is around the work that the operations team are doing and how that interfaces with governors from both councils, particularly in terms of the public consultation element.
So the work that the operations team, our operations team.
Well, the work to be done between the two councils for the transfer and
Sure.
the transfer, and then the role that governance needs to play in terms of that interface with the public. So what sort of thinking has been done there?
So that's in terms of governance as in this table, so that both the council
both
tables.
councils, yeah.
So, so I guess the first step in that is to get a decision from each council to support the further work. So we have this paper to this council today, and I think Napier are meeting tomorrow. With the same paper. So that has both councils or both sets of governors lined up with the direction. We'll further develop the business case in more detail and bring back subsequent papers for approval. And then obviously what we're saying here is we're selecting the next LTP as where we do the major consultation. So again, council would be involved in those discussions as the infrastructure strategy and the asset management plans and financial plan are all brought up. They would reflect the proposal here. So that's sort of what we're thinking. However, if there's different views of what we should do, we're happy to take them on board.
The detail of what consultation and how to engage is ahead of us really in terms of developing that out. Happy to take a lead on that.
I think councillors around the table have some further ideas to include.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you guys for bringing the paper forward. It's good to see the light of day on this. Can I just go to your options assessment, and I appreciate your advocacy for 12.5, which is an asset split on geographical grounds. I just obviously we'd proceed with planning around that if there's no adoption of that, or no, if you like, recommendation to proceed on that basis. But let's just assume it's part of that planning. Can you help us with what's in and what's out on that basis? Which part of the asset infrastructure remains with us and what goes?
So on the geographical basis is really on a catchment basis. So for the Napier urban waterways, it is the entirety of the Napier waterways. So it includes Taipo Stream, it includes the detention basins in Taradale, it includes all of the pump stations and open waterways. So there's, I think, parts of that Turaikuri or Dartmoor drainage that goes into the Turaikuri River that's not included because that's its own separate sort of sub-catchment. So the yellow circle on the diagram, I think, goes to demonstrate the totality of that catchment. And really the fundamental of that is a single point of accountability for the performance of the stormwater network. Sits with one entity to control all aspects and decision making. So it is an all-in approach. We looked at one of the other options, which is by function, whether we should separate rural to urban, because The challenge with that is we create a lot of handover points around quality and quantity going, and so we have two operators within the same catchment. So on balance, the business case and both, I guess, staff from both organisations felt that the geographic basis provided that single point of accountability and the best way forward.
So that geographic basis equates to identification of specific assets, is that correct?
Correct. So we will have a list, and in the business case, there's a list of all of the assets,
Yes.
the book value of those assets, etc., etc.
Sure.
What's not in this analysis, of course, is any assets under construction. So that the next version of the business case will bring that information in.
And just to follow on from that, would that include the Awatoto and Brookfields pump stations?
That's correct. So we're also the Brookfields is in there as well, in terms of that primary function of Brookfields is providing stormwater services to the Awatoto industrial sector. So that is also part of the concept going forward.
And just to conclude that, 24.5 has nominated the book value of 10.012 mil. Does that reflect all of those assets that you've just mentioned? So it's an aggregate of those?
So it doesn't include any assets under construction, so it doesn't include the two new pump stations, but that information will be brought in. So it includes the entirety of all the assets
In place
to be
at the moment.
transferred. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harding, then Councillor Williams.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I think the latter part of Councillor Curtin's question and the answer's probably just about done it for me, because my question was just to understand the relationship between this proposed transfer and the Niue pump stations upgrade.
Yep.
And if I have it right, both Brookfields and Awatoto, of the three pump stations that we're looking at, two of those are involved in that. So I'm just trying to understand the degree to which that's understood.
Yep.
I presume the answer is Napier's very aware of that and it's part of the conversation. Hopefully, as part of the conversation, it's not just the asset transfer, but it is the debt transfer, because we are raising debt for that. And I see there's certainly the paper notes that it's the regional council's view that it would be a whole balance sheet transfer, so the asset and liability. But I hope in all of that is there's no risks for the council in borrowing and building and not being able to transfer. But I'm interested in your comments. Thank you.
So I think it's full transparency. So staff at Napier certainly are aware of these pump stations and that notionally they are in. I guess we still have to go through that formal decision making around the balance sheet, but that is the overall approach. Is it's a whole transfer, lock, stock, and barrel. And I think fundamentally it's putting the ratepayers or the customers of that at the front. Because where we have two separate decision makers on different components of the same network providing stormwater services, it's always a little bit more challenging than if there's a single point of accountability. So that will come through in the detailed financial analysis that will come with the final business case.
Okay. If I could just have a quick separate question. Stranded assets, the paper notes, we're only talking about 0.1 FTE,
Yep.
but potentially stranded assets around $500,000.
Yep.
Can you explain what that means? What that looks like? Why such a large figure for a 0.1 FTE?
Yep. So
Stranded costs.
Stranded
as
costs.
opposed to stranded asset.
So what we'd say is we've just taken 1.2 million out of our operating. So fundamentally, if it goes through both stages, we would no longer rate for that. That means that the overhead component that's currently applied to that through our overhead model would no longer enjoy that 1.2 million of budget to apply overhead to, but our overhead remains fixed in terms of those back office functions. So we'll always be working to make those more efficient, and if there's specific assets or specific functions that are supporting that 1.2 million, they can also be reduced. But from a notional perspective, we've taken 1.2 million out of the operating pie without necessarily a reduction in the overhead. So that drives a lot of that. And then we've got that 0.1 of an FTE and their on costs, which would be quite easily redistributed in the rest of the portfolio.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chris. Just the question I had, and John, it's related to what Councillor Curtin had raised, and it's a lawyer's question of interpretation. And I see in Resolution 2 that it capitalises the word Napier Urban Waterway Stormwater Network. So I was thinking, well, presumably someone knows what that is, and it's a thing. Am I right in understanding that those words mean what we see in the yellow circle on figure 1A, or is it something different?
Correct, it's the same.
What's 1B then? That it'll pop out the side, or is that within?
So one, just run
Not
the
very good with maths.
That one is the, 1B is the other one, isn't it?
1B is Brookfield Zawatoto.
Understand that,
Yep.
but
Oh,
is
so
that
what you're
within,
saying-
is that part of the Napier Urban Stormwater
So strictly
Network?
speaking, it's a separate, it's so maybe we should add the words
So
Brookfield Zawatoto.
yeah, and that, rightio. So,
I guess what we're talking to there is the blue map is part of our Napier Pukitapu Miani scheme, and the orange is part of a different scheme in our vernacular. But for Napier, it's all part of the Napier Urban Stormwater Service Provision.
okay, so if the resolution were to read Napier Urban Waterway Stormwater Network as shown on figures 1A and 1B, would that encapsulate what you're proposing to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just in terms of logic, if you go back to option 12.5, which was the preferred one, or the option referred to as paragraph 12.5, you can define things on catchment boundaries and you can define things on urban boundaries. This seems to be a bit of both, is that right? And it's presumably got that logic where you go outside the strict urban boundary to bring in a sensible catchment area that feeds into it. Is that the thinking?
Absolutely. So there's a level of pragmatism, and our overlying philosophy was a single point of accountability.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for performance. The minute you start separating into rural and urban, that dilutes that accountability and creates complex endpoints.
Yep.
And so, given that on the balance, the big issues are in the urban space, that was a key component of the thinking to really focus on a catchment basis and not split off those minor rural areas.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear what we're proposing to consult on transferring. I think it'd be good to record that. The other thing is, do we need a resolution to contract to the NCC to manage that Napier Urban Stormwater Network in the transitional period?
So
Probably a question for the CE, I'm not sure.
I can add some detail to that. We have an existing quite large contract with Napier already. It's simply a matter of extending that out, but we could make it very clear here. It wouldn't be it's an extension of existing contracts rather than a brand new contract.
Could resolve to extend the contract to cover that management in the meantime. Or,
I think it's probably largely operational, but if it gave the...
I don't know. I don't know whether we need to do that or not. I'm just asking the question.
No?
I don't think so. I think it's
It's
implicit.
intended.
But is it a contract within your delegation scale at $1.2 million?
Yes.
Goodness. Right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Just back to the question around the geography. Obviously, we're looking at it from our two separate schemes. That looks like a urban and rural split. But if we looked at it from Napier's point of view, it's all within the Napier city boundary. And so it's...
It is, yeah, district boundary.
And so probably, again, a play on words with that regard, but appreciate we could clarify.
Thank you. Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, we have, in the coastal hazards, we actually have got an MOT, a memorandum of transfer of assets. We're going to do something similar here. Do we have an obligation that those assets that we're actually going to transfer to Napier, that they're actually consented in good order? Have we got any obligations there? Is there anything that is formally, that can't come back to us and bite us?
So I think we have an obligation of transparency. I think if we look at the construct here of we have the same set of customers, and if we were to say we're only going to hand over assets in excellent condition, for example, we would then need to rate those customers additional rating from the regional council to bring that up into excellent condition and transfer it. So it's all about transparency. So we will have assets in varying states of condition, and they're mostly in good fit for purpose condition, but we may have the odd one that needs a little bit of extra work. And we're currently, and I think all of the pump stations in Napier are consented, bar one, which is forecast to be decommissioned. And in fact, it's been forecast to be decommissioned for some time, which is why it didn't go through a consenting process. And that's a pump station that's probably 60 years old. So it's all about transparency, so everyone's clear on what's been transferred.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin, would you like to lead us if there are no further questions? Well, you'd like to lead us to the recommendations, but can I please note off the back of Councillor Williams' comment for number 3 that after the words Napier Urban Waterways Stormwater Network, which includes Brookfields and Awatoto.
Like, I think you could just say, as shown on figures 1A and 1B.
I'll just have an issue with governance with that one. Leanne, can you?
A resolution can't refer to something that's not.
Well, append it
within-
then.
What we can do is
Include
say,
the two maps.
Well, as shown on figures 1A, B attached.
do you have any problem with also saying which includes Awatoto and Brookfields scheme as seen in 1B?
I don't think I'm being pedantic to suggest that we be entirely clear, given the whole problem here has been a lack of clarity on who's got what, as to what we're consulting on transferring here.
I think we'll have the and answer, we'll have both
Yeah,
to be really
we'll have
clear.
Just to throw another spin in the works, are we clear that Bayview is included or excluded?
So Bayview is excluded.
Excluded.
So we currently haven't got a lot of assets in
But
Bayview, so it hasn't.
A minor asset there.
Probably fix this.
So that's currently excluded. But again, if we can pick the odd thing up in the detail
Sure.
going forward.
I think so.
Thank you.
I would.
So you have further recommendations?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair. What I would like to add to the recommendations is a further 5th one, and it follows on from our joint council meeting around the connection with governance on it. And I'm suggesting we add establishes a joint governance panel to ensure full understanding of the combined asset management plan and to provide input into the development of a joint community engagement plan. I've given that to Leanne to include.
She's trying to put it on the screen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you want me to speak to
Yeah,
that?
yes, please. if you
Yeah,
can speak
I
to it.
just, I would say that that was a discussion we'd had in the joint council meeting, and I think a crucial element, given the long, convoluted, hard-fought history of this, is that we need to engage at all levels to make this happen. It's clearly there's been some disconnect at a governance level, particularly I think on the NCC side, but it's only speculation. So we need to bring those elements together to make sure we get this up and going and meet those timelines.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. And do you have in mind the joint governance panel, what that makeup?
Well, at that joint meeting, there was a bit of finger pointing between myself and Keith Price, and that was the proposal at that time, that just keeping it at a very narrow confluence of council at that level, and if that's acceptable to our council, I'd suggest we do something like that, just have a very, very tight little cabal at that stage.
Okay. Can I have a seconder for that added recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Harding. Would you like to speak?
No, thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Sears.
Chair, just for clarification to Councillor Curtin, so the aim with your additional recommendation is simply to ensure that governance from both sides, working with staff to make sure that we're progressing together and approaching and dealing with the community in a joined up way. Is that your?
Precisely,
Yeah.
yes. That
Okay.
if there is any slippage in the process or misunderstandings at a governance level, that those things don't get in the way of progressing this.
Yes, okay, yep, I can support that.
Fantastic. If there are no others.
Just for
Sorry, right reply?
no, well, it's perhaps I should have said I would move all recommendations
Yes,
1 to
all.
5.
Yes.
It's for clarity there. And,
Fantastic. And we hear Councillor Harding, you're happy to move all 5.
I am. Second it, yeah.
Sure. If I could just speak very briefly, Madam Chair, having already spoken on it, but to me this is a vital move to remove all doubt around ownership and developments going forward. I'm really interested, for example, in the asset management plan to consider the level of service, and I note the commitment in Napier City Council's pre-election capital asset announcements that of about 160 million to spend. Obviously, this council has commitments as well, bringing those two together and having a fully joined up plan, and one that affords a great deal more protection to the city than currently exists. My great concern is that probably, given climate change and the like, we have a level of service of about a 5-year return period as opposed to the boilerplate being at 10. I would suggest that we fall short of that, that we've had very makeshift arrangements between us. We need to join that together, and we need to increase resilience tenfold to make this happen, particularly in light of the developments that the Napier City Council's got in mind into that rural area, which this council had responsibility for a much lower level of service, given that it was a rural environment. So this is the opportunity to put the foot to the floor on an issue which I think is fundamental and the biggest risk to Napier City at the moment. So happy to move those recommendations, Madam Chair.
Councillor Curtin, all those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. And can I have a note, please, Leanne, that you as the governance lead will send on our recommendations to Napier City so they're aware and hopefully can align with our added recommendation. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Our next item, well done, we are a bit early, but we have next the prioritisation of strategic interventions for water security. So invite Richard and the team up. Yeah, thank you. Something very important for the governance team, the councillors, and also for the organisation is how we take our water security program forward in a way that is well balanced, not only storage, which is the next item, but also intervention and demand management. So this is a very important item leading into our next item, but we've given the task to the team to come back today with a plan of action and next steps. Thank you. So I'll hand it over to you, Nick.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. I'm just going to say a few words by way of introduction and then hand over to Mr. Wakeland to provide you a bit of introduction to the item. And I think, quite clearly for us as an organisation, water security was particularly high on Council's agenda coming into the start of the decade. We had a pretty substantial event in 2023 in terms of a cyclone which really interrupted, and quite rightly Council reprioritised its effort and energy into recovery and response. And we are in the process now of picking up a whole lot of work around water security, and what we're looking to do here is to describe something of a way forward, and are clearly open to councillors' feedback. If I look at the heart of water issues around water security, you can boil them very broadly down to how well do we understand the resource, the extent of demand for the resource, and supply for that resource. And the regional water assessment set those issues out and provided a really useful analysis of those issues. As Richard will take you through, Council has invested really quite significantly into a whole range of projects across understanding the resource, so understanding our aquifers,
into demand and into supply. And again, Richard will take you through the detail, but top of mind for me is a whole lot of work that's been done to better understand how the aquifers work and function, how our rivers work and function. Around demand, we've looked at both efficiency work and a critical role for HBRC as a water regulator. And the biggest levers HBRC has had to pull on the demand side have really been around the tank process, and councillors will be well aware of the cost and scale of the organisation's involvement in that side of demand management. Equally, on the supply side, Council has invested and continues to invest in managed aquifer recharge trials up in Central Hawke's Bay, has worked extensively with central government on nature-based solutions as a precursor to any future work there, has worked around potential for aquifer recharge, to use maybe not quite the right word, around Roy's Hill as a precursor to any future work there. And the second paper in the series today takes Council through options around devolving feasibility for water storage. If I look at that as a very brief summary, no one of those elements on its own will solve the future challenges for Hawke's Bay around water security. I am aware there's been some commentary externally that somehow HBRC is only interested in pulling one lever around storage for a potential dam site, and that's clearly not the case. And Richard and the team will take you through a paper that really clearly illustrates the extent of work that we're doing, as I say, to understand the resource, to look at demand and to look at supply. I'm really conscious that Council wants to be in a position to understand its next set of potential investments across that platform of understanding and of demand and supply. And the paper looks forward to that happening. Clearly, a whole lot has changed since Council first, back in 2021, looked to allocate some funding, particularly to demand. And I think there will be some real value in Council, supported by managers, coming together and actually really constructively workshopping through the future opportunities that this paper highlights. So whether that is more work on Roy's Hill, whether that's more work around demand, whether that's more work around aquifer recharge or nature-based solutions, there are a range of options sitting in front of Council. And I think it's really important that Council provides some further guidance to officers on how you wish to prioritise those potential interventions, with a view to you being able to make some further decisions before the end of the triennium. So that's by way of introduction through you, Chair, and I might just hand over to Mr. Wakeman, if that suits, to take you through that.
Thanks, Richard.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa ko Richard Wakeland, tōka wingoa. Thank you, Nick, and Madam Chair, I'll just run through a few short slides just to, I guess, add a little bit more dimension to Nick's introduction. I guess the starting point for certainly this more recent piece of work was to look at it in the context of the Council's key strategic priorities in terms of where we're at today and the drivers for our focus in this area. The challenge as identified in the regional water assessment in terms of demand and supply shortfall, this was taken directly from the regional water assessment and contemplated these sorts of differences, but also assuming that there was going to be continued improvements in water use efficiency and conservation. So there was an assumption that there was going to be ongoing work in support of the state as identified. In terms of linking back to the regional water assessment, this is a graphic that at the time contemplated that the regional water assessment was a breadth of interventions using water use conservation, efficiency measures, farm systems and land use change, water storage, allocation policies, and recycling and reusing water. So that original piece of work contemplated a suite of activities. Whilst the next paper is dealing with one of them, this paper is focusing us on a wider suite of interventions that can be concurrently undertaken through council. As Nick referenced, there is, on the demand side, there's been a range of interventions that the council has been working on, particularly from a regulatory perspective in terms of the tank process. It's tighter allocation limits, minimum flows and efficiency requirements. HBRC has been working closely with mana whenua community and water users through that. And whilst there's been a significant level of activity in this area, current state is currently in Environment Court. In terms of water information services, so this is a component of council that actually sits within our environmental information part, and it supports efficiency through water use data. So this is a team that oversees telemetry and water meter data, and they work with users to ensure accuracy of data provided and understood. So this is a very much an interaction between the data collection team, working with those users to making sure that the meters are calibrated and adequately working. Operating at peak, and there is a very close connection between policy and regulation, particularly around consent and compliance. These teams work very closely together. We do have a part-time water advisory, which particularly focused of working with water user groups to promote efficient irrigation use, training and information. So this team member has been working with water user groups, advocating efficiency, particularly around irrigation, and last year ran a series of workshops with Irrigation New Zealand in terms of applying some of the technology and science. In terms of our environmental science team, groundwater modelling, freshwater science, so it's very much been updating our groundwater models to understand the resources available and the impacts of use. So these teams have been providing a lot of the information, particularly in terms of the Environment Court process, and also undertaking surface water modelling of minimum flows. In terms of others, in terms of industry and municipal, reduce network losses, education, we don't have any activities in that area, but these options require prioritisation. In terms of the supply side, so we're going to hear after this paper an option around Heretaunga water storage. We also have the managed aquifer recharge in Central Hawke's Bay, and that is progressing to finalise at the consent stage. In terms of Roy's Hill, it's a very early stage developing, and there has been some alignment to the flood mitigation work. Both are actually flow augmentation projects that will work with natural river dynamics, so looking at the behaviours of the streams and how it gets recharged back into the aquifer. In terms of the nature-based solutions, this has been principally focused on flood mitigation at peak flows, but it's also contributing to that landscape water retention in dry periods. So there's an element of it that's actually looking about how we can actually slow the water down and retain it into the system. So this was a Ministry for the Environment funded project through the Jobs for Nature. It was across 15 councils across New Zealand, so it was not only a Hawke's Bay, but it actually connected across other councils. And stage one of engagement is complete, and we're just now waiting on the final report. Others, in terms of braided rivers, the Lincoln Agritech recycling, reuse, industrial and municipal wastewater recycling. Currently, at the moment, there's a high level of sharing of information and reports, At best, we could talk about it as being at the awareness stage. There are probably parts of our organisation that have got a deeper level of understanding, but no official input as yet. And it does require prioritisation against other tools and looking at there. In terms of, last slide, water security evaluating actions. So for us to, in terms of our activation considerations, there is the notional $1 million set aside in 2021. And my apologies, I forgot to introduce James Park from finance team who is supporting me here, but that is loan funded, it's scheduled, but it's not yet allocated. So it's on the schedule, but it's not allocated. And again, prudent advice around investment as a business case to support loan activation. Framework and business case prepared for consideration by new council or as this council directs. In terms of setting a framework logic, and the idea of a framework is very much to deal in the principles based. So a development model would consider what is it that HBRC leads, what do we do in partnership, and then what do we do that motivates or encourages others to actually take action. So there is some work that is specifically in HBRC's lane. There is work that we can actually do alongside of others, and then there is work that others need to do that actually doesn't have anything to do with us. So it's how we have that oversight. I've used the frame timeless, not saying that there is an endless timescale to this, but it's to consider that during the time frame, particularly if I think about the last 6 months of my connection to this project, there's a continual evolution in the space of new and additional discovery that has been added to it. Even when you look back in some of the ancillary reports to the regional water assessment in terms of when they were done and how time has changed. So what we're doing is saying it's time bound, but we need to consider to make sure that we add things and it doesn't become out of date very quickly. Critical to this is around mana whenua and engagement and participation, and there's an opportunity here in going forward in terms of from day one that we're working alongside mana whenua. In terms of content, it's around scaffolding our decisions aligned to our priorities so that we can ensure that we're working not only in terms of partnership or not partnership, concurrently with other supply options, but we can continue to adapt as that's needed. At this stage, and particularly for this early part of the work, I'm seeing this resourced internally, and funding is very much a council decision in terms of what that is. But until we understand effectively what the functions are, we then need to be able to then put the money towards it. So rather than starting with a figure and saying what can we do, we need to actually identify what is it we need to do, what is the cost, and how do we apply that. So through your chair, thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions and on the paper, and anything financial I will divert to James.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for the mahi put into the senior team to get this to us, given that we know that this is a priority, and I think that we could achieve what the framework is intending to produce at a next workshop, which can be in the next couple of weeks. So I think we can action these things quite quickly. To you, Sophie. Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you. Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Richard, for the paper and your digging in on the slides. Back again to the beginning. I suppose the paper and your slides just double down on the fact that we've known about this work for a long time, since 2021. Again, that we knew that we needed to progress both all of these options and storage in parallel with each other. And you know that it was in March last year that I started with my, we need a strategic plan or an action plan or an action now, which was 18 months ago. And the problem I have with the paper is it's just not what we asked for. We've asked again for an action plan to start this work, not another paper that goes back right to the beginning and tells us everything actually we already know about all these interventions. We have papers on some of this work. We have partners at our door asking to start this work with us. We have a council table that's been asking for 18 months to start this work. And what we've got really is another paper that talks a lot about what we know and spending time to develop a framework that we've had for a long time ready to start. So for me, my question is, why have you not just simply brought us an action plan with each of the interventions that we already know about, a timeline and our partners and how we can get started?
I guess, thank you for your question, and I acknowledge that the paper appears to be less than your expectations. So, and I guess the only thing I can do is reflect that at the stage we're at reflects an organisation that has a lot of priorities, and I guess particularly from my perspective, undertaking these alongside a lot of others. I think you hopefully will get a sense of the energy that I'm applying to this paper is that the pathway or the stage to the next stage, the actions, if you like, can be undertaken in a relatively short space of time to actually achieve that. So I can't tell you the why other than to recognise that we're an organisation that has had a lot of priorities. This has been important and that's reflecting it right at the beginning. And other than to give you the assurance that the timeliness, if you like, is certainly in focus.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor McIntosh.
Yes, look, Councillor C has encapsulated much of what I was going to say, and if it's timely now, I have got an amendment to the recommendations, which I think
I'll take questions and then I'll round back to Councillor McIntosh to add to it. Thank you. Councillor Roadley, then Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Richard. I really liked the diagram on your slide, the one from, was it from 2021? Yep, that one there. The piece that stands out for me is the very, potentially it's the middle one that says farm systems and land use change. And when I read the paper, I acknowledge the irrigation efficiencies is a really important part of what that's talking to. Mm-hmm. But the bit that's missing for me is the upper catchment work that we are doing, and both in capability of our farming sector to manage their soils in a way that retains water for that upper catchment, and the flow through both at place it has and the flow through down into the lower catchment. So I just feel like that bit might have been missed out, or whether it was always there. Yeah, and I can kind of see it in there, but it's not in here. So if this is like a catch-all, which is kind of what I feel like it could be, that bit for me is missing, and so I guess you're going to put it in? I don't think that was the question. Are you going to put it in?
Yeah.
The question.
It would be a good addition. Yeah. There we go.
You, Chair, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Just a question, Richard, and thank you, and James as well in the background, doing all this great work, which we hope will put us and you can sense clearly the urgency that councillors feel to be cracking on all fronts, pulling multiple levers, and not just on the supply side. And I think we're going to get there. We've got a little bit more work. We need a bit more information, and hopefully the next stage, without wanting to steal any thunder, is we will get that by way of a workshop. I just wanted to talk about the science and evolving science, and we, as council, had a presentation probably about a year ago on the results of SkyTem, and it was somewhat confronting that having spent $4.3 million on that 3D aquifer mapping, the answer was from a science perspective, we weren't any further ahead in how that actually informs water supply and demand. And so that's, to me, I wanted to put that together with also how our understanding of water supply and demand is evolving, and particularly for the Heretaunga Plains, where most of this comes into sharp relief in terms of conflicts in supply and demand around the tank process. And so we seem to have a situation where there are different levels of understanding about the latest science on the state of supply and demand in different parts of the community. Some parts of the community, and particularly perhaps those organisations have been part of the tank process and been part of the negotiations beforehand. I've lost the word. The mediation are privileged with later with more up-to-date information about the state of the science. And so I just wanted to say that it's very difficult for us as councillors to to give informed guidance on strategy when we're missing the latest understanding of the science and the science gaps, but also what the science is telling us. So that's a slightly long-winded way of explaining why hopefully it's important that we can get that when it comes that we can feed that information, the latest understanding, the science gaps, what it tells us about supply and demand when we're making decisions about next levers to pull. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. And just to add to that, maybe more of a question on our capacity for data post-cyclone. And do we have that to make more informed decisions? Bits and pieces.
I would need, yes.
Thank you.
Its level of completeness.
Thank you. Fantastic. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you. Look, thanks for the paper and the information this meeting and last. It's been very helpful. Hypothetically, if we were to say to you, you now have $1 million in cash, or you are to draw down the loan, why would you need a business case step between now and actually implementing some of these measures? What does that actually achieve and add, given that the business case for doing this is so overwhelmingly compelling? My question. So what are the absolute necessary steps to actually doing some of this sensibly and prudently with that money?
The consideration for a need for a business case would be that my expectation of what you'd be requiring from a council would be that you'd want to see where that money was being directed specifically in more detail, and particularly within a time frame, and what could you reasonably expect to see as success as a result of that investment. Rather than an investment in activities, I would be imagining in a business case that you would be looking for some form of success statements in terms of what does the outcome of that investment look like.
Would it help you to select between the options as opposed to whether to progress any of them?
So that's why I
That what you're getting at?
refer to an evaluation framework in terms of what does that actually look like. So when you get the decisions further down the some of these options will be around education. Some of these options will be around efficiency for irrigators. There's a whole wider range of options. So in terms of how you prioritise those, you need to be able to understand what's the best bang for buck, so to speak, and how quickly is that going to be arriving. So there'll be some that'll cost more, give a higher quality output, but take a long time to deliver. Some may be high cost and a very quick delivery, but actually have minimal impact. And so there will need to be a range of evaluations that actually gives you a sense as to what's going to deliver you the biggest impact early. And so I'd expect, I was anticipating a request for a business case for the $1 million on the basis that you'd want some form of assurance rather than just action on activities.
I think my point is, it's not the business case for the $1 million, it's the business case for which particular projects you spend it on.
Correct.
Would that be correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Are there any further questions? Question?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Kuda?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just, if I can take you to essentially paragraph 64 of the paper, proposed to develop a strategic framework, which significantly tested my memory around this. I go back to 2021 and the long-term plan where we had wide consultation, in fact, very substantial consultation with 726 submissions, a very high number, were received, of which 83% were supporting the Council's preferred option for those elements of our future water use. I'm curious to know why we would hesitate and seek, if you like, a wider public mandate, which is inferred in that development of a framework, which I think we've already got in play. Do you think there's a need to, other than getting into the projects themselves and supporting them with collaboration, is there any need to go beyond the mandate already given to Council? And my follow-on question is, do you think we have an issue to address, given that we're in year 5 of a 10-year plan and haven't done that? Do we have a credibility problem?
I might hand over to Nick to answer what he can, and then Richard the rest. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. It's great that Council got that mandate back in 2021, and clearly none of us were here at that point. So I'm not suggesting that we you need to go back to seek another mandate. But we are in very different financial times, and I'm just wanting to make sure that Council has confidence and selects what of the next set of options it wishes to pursue with that $1 million. It's already pursuing a whole range of them and has got them underway, and it feels very prudent to me to suggest to Council that we workshop through that list and work out which are the next ones you want to go with. Some of them are supply side, some of them are demand side, some of them have potential partners. As to where we are in the process, absolutely, it's taken some time. Clearly, we have had a major change in the world. So 18 months ago, we were in the midst of cyclone recovery, and we diverted all our resource out of water security to deal with the aftermath of the cyclone. In the last 6 months, we've been able to pick that work up again, and I've needed to reallocate it within the organisation to a place where we've got some more capacity to deal with it. So there is an element of catch-up, Councillor, which I would agree with, but I think the reasons for that catch-up are pretty sound, given what we've had to prioritise in the last few years.
Thank you. Richard, would you like to add?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, just referencing the collaboration reference, the comment anticipated that we would be working with water users, industry groups and municipal users in terms of some of this work. So that collaboration was not necessarily going back to consult with community in this particular instance, but was actually considering that there is now a wider group who have an interest in what we do in this space. So that's what in paragraph 64 we were thinking about in terms of collaboration.
Thank you for clarifying. Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, I'll just state my question first and then I'll comment. So just a question regarding water security supply and demand interventions. When we did the regional water assessment and when we got that reported back to us, none of these interventions were actually part of the regional water assessment, correct?
That framework there identified those as part of, not necessarily exactly in this template, But they identified that there were a range of interventions available at that time.
But calculations, modelling wasn't done, because looking at the work that we are going to proceed with, all going well today, really gives me a lot of confidence that they're actually, although when you look at your slides and you look at 2060, it looks dire. But I'm comfortable, and looking at the water use that we have seen in industry and for irrigation, it's actually very, very stable. And that has to do with some of the interventions we already have put in place. So thank you very much for that answer.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Hokianga.
Thanks for that, Madam Chair. I'm not sure this is related to this item or the next, maybe both. But I just note that I find it hard to see the aspect of Mātauranga Māori fitting into this space. But I'm not saying it's not there, but it's not there explicitly. There's a couple of lines there that are mana whenua. I just have a question that probably sits along the, have we assessed a suite of non-structural alternatives in terms of this the water security space, and to what degree? Aquifer recharge via the wetland restoration, improvements to land use is probably where I'm getting with that.
Through you, Madam Chair, no, we haven't at this stage, but we would expect that to be part of the framework.
Thank you, and I think that goes back to Councillor Roadley's suggestion to add in that dimension into that the programme's diagram. Yes, thank you. If there are no further questions, Councillor McIntosh, we'll hand to you.
Yes, so I'm just conscious that we don't want to be having this conversation in 6 months' time without having made decent progress. And so in that respect, my suggested amendment was to be more definitive in the recommendations, and I took the liberty of giving those to Leanne earlier, so maybe you can bring those up on the screen. And so what I'm suggesting here is to be more definitive, but as part of that, if a council workshop soon is going to help that, then so be it.
Yes, very soon.
Very soon?
Yes.
So really what we're saying, Richard, I get nervous with words like strategic framework, and so I've suggested there an action plan. A key component for that for me is prioritising supply and demand initiatives. So that whole suite of stuff we've got there, and it's great we've got a whole suite of stuff, it's prioritising that. Noting both, as I say, both supply and demand initiatives. So the amendment there is designed to encapsulate that. So we're very clear about what we're going to be doing with a view to workshopping as soon as we can and having a report for us to consider at the August meeting.
I think that's a very sensible way forward. If you'd like to move that the amendment to 4 and 5 is the new 4 that's on the screen, you're happy to second? Councillor Van Beek, fantastic. Would you like to speak any further, Councillor McIntosh?
No, look, well, only briefly. I think we've canvassed this a lot. There's the really good thing for me in this is actually we've got a heap of options for us to look at, even more than you had on the list there. So that's the really good thing. We now need to give effect to that, and that's going to involve some resource and with that some money. So that's a question we're going to have to ask before long too, but we can't let it lie any longer than it has been.
Thank you. Councillor Van Beek.
Yeah, thank you for the work done thus far, but now really the mahi starts, and I would say that, and I don't want to add it to the recommendations, but not limited to the suite of solutions. There's never a solution, there's always trade-offs. That's how we often work. Solutions are not really the right answer. But I believe that there are many other ways of for us to contribute to this. And definitely I want to acknowledge what Councillor Rodley brought to the table And if you look at our first slide of the core principles and objectives of the Hawkesbury Region Council going forward, it's a beautiful slide, and we should hang it above our bed, I reckon, or have it on the ceiling so when we can't sleep we can look at it, because it's so important. Because all those three entities, they work so close together. And I've talked about it before. For instance, to hydrate the rohi is key to everything that we're trying to achieve. So that's very important, and hopefully we're going to talk about that a lot in this particular workspace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Look, I've always seen this as a three-legged stool, as someone who was here in 2021. There was the regional water assessment, which had never been done before. There was the water security supply side, and potential investment in water storage. But there was water demand management, which, as we now know, has got a supply element to it. And if you take one of those legs out, you end up crashing to the ground, I think. And, we'll all fall down or over. And I've got an eye to the next paper. I am keen to progress the feasibility of whanawhana, for the reasons that are expressed in that paper, but not without an assurance that we're equally investing in the type of interventions that have been shown to us. If you go back to that table that we had at the last meeting, and I understand a gigalitre per year is like 1 million cubic metres, you've got the potential for 8 million cubic metres a year in water use efficiency within urban catchments alone, 3.4 gigalitres or 1 million cubic metres for agricultural, and then the big one, 16 million cubic metres for the type of Lincoln braided river analysis. So it's well worth investing in. Arguably, let's be real. In the last 2 years, to have worked on this would have been beyond the capacity of this organisation. That said, despite Gabriel, we have done a lot of hard work through what we're about to hear from Richard and Amanda and Tom in progressing whanawhana to the next stage, and I just think we need to progress that in the same way. There are two parts, just to finish, there are three parts of this paper that really, I think, encapsulate what I'm talking about here, of only being keen to invest in whanawhana, knowing we're investing in this too. The RWA recommended that development of demand management occurs alongside supply solutions, particularly water storage. It concluded that we should not choose one option over the other, but strive for an integrated approach, and that in fact both plans must proceed, the RWA explicitly stating that even with water storage we must improve the way we use water. So this is a both and. You could have arguments about which was first. If we can actually get this action plan underway, the reality is we'll be progressing that, some of those initiatives before feasibility is complete on whanawhana, I would have thought. So I'm really grateful to Councillor McIntosh for proposing that amended motion and supported accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. Councillor Sears.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm very supportive of the amendment as well, because it probably sense my frustration. We certainly need to move it quickly, and one of Richard's slides actually talked about having this prepared for the new council, and I think probably it was point 18 in the paper that probably caused me the most annoyance. The momentum on the Heritonga water schemes prompted concerns that storage is being prioritised at the expense of mitigation and conservation. This is a misunderstanding. The actual definition of prioritisation is funding it and giving it resources, and that's what we've been doing. So this isn't, as has been said, an either or a picking winners or picking anything else. It's simply that we have not done what the regional water assessment asked us to do, which was progress all of these together. And my frustration today is very much around this paper feeling like this was another way to slow it down. Another way not to do what we committed to and what the regional water assessment asked us to do in 21. So I think that the 4-week timeline to the next council meeting is excellent. We may not have it all tidied up by then, but we will at least be able to progress the step to have something tidied up before this council term finishes, which I just think is critical, and I think it's critical for our community to understand we are actually doing what the work has told us needs to be done.
Thank you, Councillor Sears. Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to me this piece actually comes with a sense of relief that we're actually bringing this all together. It's got a lot of strands, and unlike Councillor Williams' analogy with the three-legged stool, I look below us and we have these chairs that have got heaps of legs on them. And I kind of feel like the strategy sits more like that. And as we sit in these seats above all these different pieces, to me it's really important that they do come together, that they do build a picture, that we are progressing at pace. Don't want to say the word finally, but finally we are progressing at pace, and that we are, it feels like we're about to land something within the month and certainly within this term. So I'm pretty excited to see this go forward and work through those priorities. And I've rationalised it in my own mind that whilst some have more priority, some are progressing at different paces, but actually the pace they're progressing doesn't indicate their priority specifically on our priorities. Some of it's just around ease, some of it's around external funding, all sorts of other mechanisms. Our table priorities potentially are different to this speed of progress that's been made. So thank you, Rachel, for paper. Sure. Looking forward to the pathway ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Roadley. Councillor Curtin.
Just very briefly, well said from my colleagues, but there's one element that is not in the recommendation, and essentially it's an operational matter, but we do need to make up for lost ground and certainly for public perceptions on this. We do need a champion to lead the charge on these projects. We've got an excellent example of transparency and accountability with our Niwi projects, and I would like to see a similar framework, a champion that sits in front of us on a regular basis, and to restore some measure of confidence to the public that we're progressing these projects, and there is a lot of accountability around it. Financially, if you like, the actual progressions need to be seen to be believed by the public, because we are coming from behind, that's for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Right of reply, Councillor McIntosh, if you choose.
No, that's good input from all councillors. I don't have anything to add.
Fantastic. And fully supportive of the amended recommendation. I feel like it's been a tank of gas that we've run dry at different parts of our term for many different reasons, but now we're refilling this tank. And I want to see this strategy going forward really quickly before our term ends, especially with an action plan. So I'm fully supportive behind this. I know the staff are behind this. We've got a paper next that helps take that load off what you've been trying to do with whanawhana as well. So we expect a whole acceleration on our next steps. Thank you. So all those who agree with the recommendations on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you,
team. Okay, we move into our next item, which is our Heretaunga water storage delivery. So can I please invite up the team, Amanda, Richard, Tom, no? Other Tom? Okay. Welcome, Tom. Belford. It's like deja vu.
No, that's fine.
And to Wairama and Amy. Kia ora, Nick. Hand it over to you.
Through you, Chair. So I think councillors, you've met the team. Richard as GM, Amanda and the other Richard, who've been running the project for us. Amy, who's our Chief Legal Counsel, and Tawarama, who you know as our Te Pou Whakarai. In the context which councillors have articulated, that water storage is not the only game in town, but is part of a coordinated approach to demand, supply and understanding water in Hawke's Bay. It is water storage is an important facet of that process, and there is an opportunity in front of council which you have asked officers to explore over the last 6 months to understand if water storage for Heretaunga is actually feasible. And I think it's really important to note at this point that the paper in front of you is all about feasibility. It may lead into construction of an asset, it may not. Feasibility is going to be really important to understand whether water storage is going to be an important component of that overall piece which you've just been discussing in the previous item. The work to get to this stage of under council's instruction to look for opportunities to essentially devolve the feasibility study out to water users and those with critical interests in water has been a big game. So it's been a really big mission over the last 6 months and has occupied those resources we've got around water security to the full. So I'm going to ask the team to take you through the paper, but really pleased to be able to bring you this item and to have got to this stage on a very, very complex project.
Thanks.
Good, Amanda.
Kia ora koutou. Just we've introduced everyone up here. So Nick, you've stolen some of the thunder already. Just wanting to position in here the water storage. Obviously, it's part of the mix. This graphic that you see in front of you was back from 2021 as it was envisaged. Obviously, 2025 now, and per your previous agenda item, likely to be some updates and changes to this. But essentially, the messaging is still the same. Water storage is a supply option. It's an abundance option that's not necessarily available. And the work that we are doing is all about investigating its availability to this community for decision making. And really, as Councillor Van Beek pointed out, there is trade-offs with these, with any of these options. Water storage, particularly of a scale that we're talking about at Itu Whanawhana, has a long lead development stage to it. We are in the feasibility. There is further stages post-feasibility, but this is a very important phase of work that is essentially working through the definition, if you like, of that scheme to provide confidence to this community as to whether it really is going to be a viable economic solution to be part of that broader mix. Now, this decision paper, what's in front of you is a decision paper. There is a couple of key decisions for you to consider. The few slides that we're going to take you through, we're taking it, the paper's obviously red, slides that we're taking you through are just going to help inform those key decisions. One of the decisions is around releasing of stage 2 funding to enable the continued momentum. We've launched feasibility. It does require a significant ramping up of multiple work streams. We'll talk through the completion of stage 1, and then we'll talk through the other major component over the last 6 months, which has been working to make the arrangements to transition this project to an alternate structure and where that is at. And of key interest will be the mechanism for councils' oversight and accountability of the funding through feasibility. So we'll hand that through to Amy as the HBRC's legal counsel to talk to and available for any of those questions. Happy to take questions through this or leave them to the end. I'll leave that to you, Chair.
I think we'll just leave them to the end.
Right. All right, so really key takeouts. Stage 1 feasibility, we've completed. We're now seeking the release of stage 2. We've established, you'll recall that this project was essentially placed in a hiatus in September 23 post the cyclone. Momentum has been re-established, team pulled together, project has now been publicly launched, and we've delivered the targeted stage 1 investigations as planned. The conclusion, I'll talk to the stage 1 investigation shortly, but the conclusion at the end of stage 1 is that it continues to reinforce a strong case for storage at E2 Whanawhana. I would like to, however, highlight that feasibility involves significant investigations into a broad stream, not only resource consenting, but also the demand, the commercial viability, as well as building technical definition in the scheme itself. So it is not without risk, and we'll talk to how we are protecting that public funding through the funding agreement to ensure that there's not expenditure that shouldn't be taken forth if this project at any point is considered non-viable. Okay, the second key one, the ADV, alternate delivery vehicle. Okay, that's the preferred structure. That is progressing well. The project is well positioned to transfer out of council to this independent structure. The participation has been supported and the engagement is progressing positively. The preparation basically is underway. We're in a transition phase. The funding agreement, as mentioned, is the key lever to council. We will talk to that. The funding agreement is between HBRC and Project Co, which is essentially the independent structure, to provide both funding and ensure project feasibility is delivered in accordance with the council objectives, which have ultimately been baked into the design and the development of this project to date, and established through pre-feasibility, feasibility business cases. HBRC's funding agreement has substantively been developed, but obviously the actual execution of that is at the point that the proposed shareholder groups and the directors are ultimately ready to stand this up. Okay. So stage 1 feasibility, look, that was that in conjunction with transitioning this project out of council, it's very much been focused on actually launching feasibility work program. As we've said, we've been looking to really drive momentum and accelerate the development. So that's very much in the first instance looked to conduct very targeted risk reduction investigations, explore the potential opportunities that are available to us, time-based opportunities, and also to advance those key tasks that help us to prepare for the critical path item of resource consenting, which is critical path during feasibility. In terms of the risk reduction efforts, we've further analysed the operating regime and how that interfaces with the regulatory regime, particularly tank plan change, and the potential for the commercial model to support both existing and new water permits. So we're in a position where that's well articulated as part of a project description or resource consents. Initial demand analysis, this has been undertaken through stage 1 as well to give us a view as to what that demand supports. Is the 27 million capacity water storage, is that viable based on the demand that we see? This remains a critical item of work for us during feasibility. On paper, there is support that reinforces the case, but obviously shifting to a representative model and structure is very helpful and will be essential in really testing and validating those assumptions. So essentially, we are confident to progress to stage 2 based on the current risk profile of the project, and we're progressing all the kind of key inputs that are necessary for resource consenting. Quick slide around the decision, which is the release of stage 2 funding. What we're talking about is ultimately 2.7 million. That includes the carryover from stage 1, where we expended basically 600K, budgeted 1 million. Okay, moving into the alternate delivery vehicle and the second key set of decisions in front of you. You received a recommendation in January 2025. The team has what was essentially mandated to make arrangements around transitioning this project out of council. That has been a significant amount of work, and there has been a significant amount of work not only from the team but from HBRC and a number of councillors to support that process. The proposal to devolve to a separate entity, there was a number of reasons around this, but the interest, where we're at right now, it is a critical stage in development and design for the scheme. So actually bringing in the voice of those primary water interests now is really essential to make sure that that scheme is fit for purpose and that it delivers to their needs and requirements. It is also essential from a project perspective of, are we the only people championing this project, or is the beneficiary, the user of this scheme behind it and supporting it? We need to see that shift of championing of that project. In terms of the council, it allows that distinction between your regulatory function and responsibilities, and it goes a long way to protecting ratepayers' funding. The other key reason here is it allows the acceleration for this project. To see the last point there, I'm sure you've all seen some recent media coverage from the Waimea Dam, but this further emphasises the importance of council devolving projects like this at the right stage. We think that right stage is now. Right, you've seen the structure, presented this in previous briefings. It's company structure and the focus is on balanced representation. In terms of the potential shareholders, there's been engagement leading to this, and now we have key representation from Tamatea Pokai Whenua and Mana Ahiriri Trust as the Mana Whenua authorities. We have Keratonga Sustainable Water Group representing the commercial water user interests, and we have representation confirmed from both Napier City Council and Hastings District Council for municipal supply.
Can I just get to Warama just to add to the Mana Whenua point, please?
Tēnā koutou. What we've recognised is treaty settlement obligations that sit across Tamatea Pokai Whenua and Mana Ahiriri Trust as PSGs within the region. What we also understand is that there are tangata whenua groups that are interested in being involved in these conversations, and that initial conversations have been had alongside Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi Inc. and Te Piringa Hapu Authority as well. These will continue as we progress.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you. All right, funding agreement.
Right. So the funding agreement is, as Amanda said, the contractual mechanism by which HBRC provides its agreed feasibility funding into Project Co, but also has various mechanisms and levers to maintain oversight over the use of that funding. So it's a key mechanism to bring to life Council's objective to devolve the project to step fully into its space as a regulator, but also to maintain visibility and accountability over the use of public funding that it is making available. The funding agreement has been drafted and negotiated by myself and Richard Wakelin, supported by external lawyers, and I would regard it as being largely on customary terms.
It gives the council various rights and levers to ensure throughout the feasibility phase that it remains comfortable with the drawdown of funding, and provides a variety of mechanisms and checks and balances throughout the process to ensure the money is being deployed as expected and the project continues to tick off its milestones and perform as expected. So I've summarised at a high level there some of those mechanisms and levers that are incorporated within the agreement. The key ones at the outset being a suite of, again, fairly customary conditions precedent, all of which need to be satisfied before the first drawdown of funding occurs under the agreement. The council will have mechanisms to have visibility over Project Co's work program, the project plan and budget, and the ability to ensure throughout the process that the project is being rolled out in accordance with those documents and various approval rights if those were to change during the course of the project. There will be mechanisms for regular reporting, both in terms of progress of the project, but also financial performance and Project Co's broader activities that will be made available to council, and a variety of assurances and undertakings that will be offered to council to ensure that, again, throughout the life of the feasibility phase, work is occurring in a way that is aligned with council's water security strategy and objectives for the project, which are made known and surface clearly in the document. And as with all good commercial agreements, in the unlikely event that something was to go wrong, a variety of mechanisms, again, to suspend or cease funding in a variety of scenarios, some of which I would call boilerplate in an agreement such as this, but equally a suite of carefully thought through exit scenarios that are linked to both Project Co's performance as an entity, but also the viability and the progress of the project overall.
Thank you.
You do it. You do it.
Yeah, okay, so key decision there in terms of the next steps is the delegations to the Chief Executive. Now, this is based on the premise that the engagement is continuing with those proposed shareholders over the next month to 8 weeks. We have time bound that to 30 September. But this is to enable that work to occur with a separation from HBRC, delivering the requisite delegations to the Chief Executive, giving the authority to essentially execute on the funding agreement as that key mechanism, and clearly giving the approval for the provision of this funding to Project Co at incorporation. All right, and then that's the slides for today in terms of the recommendations. We'll just summarise those up.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Okay, team, questions? Councillor Sears.
Thank you. 2 quick questions. Nice to see everybody. Amy, in the contract agreement, in the funding agreement notes, an important question. We're effectively transferring all the IP that we currently have for the project and what will be a lot more IP by the time they've worked through feasibility. If there comes a point where Project Co ceases to exist or something changes, do they have the right then to on-sell the IP they've gained, or is there a clause in there that returns it to us as a standard clause?
Yeah, and so just in terms of the funding agreement, obviously we've needing to be a little bit sensitive as to the extent to which we discuss the specific provisions of it in this particular meeting. It's not something that's been surfaced with Project Co yet, and so there is a little bit of commercial sensitivity around those provisions. But in the event that HBRC was to exit the agreement, there is not an ability for Project Co to commercialise the IP that we had provided at the outset.
Thank you. Can I ask Amanda one now at the same time? Or Richard? Just confirming, I know we've talked about this before and I bring it up every time, but just confirming through the feasibility, which I know has many aspects, one's the commercial modelling, and confirming again that feasibility phase 1 has again ground truth that there is a viable commercial model excluding ratepayer funding.
Correct. The analysis to date has assumed no council funding or no public funding.
And feasibility phase 2 will confirm or deny that point before it moves into a further stage. So as we refine the cost further and further, the commercial model to stand on its own 2 feet will come back to us at the end of that. That report will come back with that clearly articulated.
Correct. The final feasibility report will be on the basis that there is no council funding from that point on.
Commercial model. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good questions. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Amanda. I was going to ask you about the Waimea Dam news this week, and you did raise it in your slides. And notwithstanding this is feasibility stage, but it's really around, the kind of reassurance along each stage of this project, and regardless who owns it, around that same thing not happening. So I guess at this early stage, the question might be around, what are the learnings to ensure that we do never end up at that stage? But when you look at the comment you made, it was basically, well, if that happens, as long as council doesn't own it, it's not a risk to the council, which doesn't give a lot of confidence. So I just wonder whether you just want to elaborate on and the learnings, perhaps.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. I wouldn't want that to be the only message coming out of the media, the Waimea media release. But look, I think this project and the project team has been particularly fortunate in ways to have had a number of schemes through various stages of development, of which we can, from the outset, take learnings, both good and bad. And in terms of the Waimea, look, there's a number of things from an operating perspective that have been learnings for us in terms of consideration. In terms of the issues that are spoken about, some of the key learnings, look, you'll recall that we actually had a pretty prolonged pre-feasibility. Pre-feasibility for us in this project involved at least 2 additional discrete investigations where uncertainties had been identified before progressing further and coming back to this council with confidence in a site. Those investigations occurred at site. Geotech is always a risk, remains a risk, and can be a risk right through. As was, and I don't want to speak to Waimea and the concerns that they had because that's not my expertise. We take learnings from various things, but I'm not going to speak on their specifics. But that is one, is ensuring that we've got thinking about that, incorporating that early. Another one I think you're seeing right in front of you around the decision now to transfer this project out of council and test the appetite early with the likes of these primary water interests and ensure that their interests and their needs are actually incorporated and reflected in the objectives and in the design development of this project. They are going to be, I expect, laser focused on the economics and on the affordability. And that's what needs to occur with any of these projects.
Councillor McIntosh.
Just a point of clarity, and actually you partially answered it then. So if I'm an urban ratepayer, say, in Napier, Hastings or Havelock or Waipukurau, and I'm thinking, well, I've got no interest in a dam, and but I do not want to be lumped with a whole lot of money associated with something that I probably think's got a bit of risk associated with, and that sort of thing. So, point of clarity, am I right in saying that the governance structure we are putting in place transfers a lot of that question mark from HBRC ratepayers to users. So it's the users of the water who are taking on the risk, if you like, and that's appropriate because they're the beneficiaries. And it's also appropriate that they are the main funders of it. So it's quite different to a lot of constructs we might have heard previously. I just want to be clear, if I'm that urban ratepayer, that actually I need not be concerned about a lot of the things that superficially I might be.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I probably should have mentioned in terms of the funding that we're talking about here for release of stage 2, council's funding is ring-fenced for feasibility. That it doesn't take us all the way through pre-construction. This model is, the philosophy behind it is it's a user pays model.
So to give context to that feasibility, it's 3.2 that we're ticking off on now. The whole project is sort of estimated to be in excess of 200 million. So we're...
Correct.
Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it follows on from Councillor McIntosh's line of questioning, and it's to do with, if you like, the public interest in this. Obviously, this is substantial, less, most in the main is publicly funded, likely to need more public funding, inevitably a stakeholder in it. Will the feasibility include an examination of the benefits to the public, for example, the overall economic benefit, the environmental outcomes, the social outcomes, etc.? Will they form part of feasibility? And is it something that, as Councillor McIntosh has clearly identified, is it something the users are likely to want to include in feasibility? Can you elaborate on, if you like, those elements of feasibility? And I think they're the vital ones. Are they included in this whole process?
Yes, they are. Absolutely. And with my public hat on, I'd absolutely want to see that as well. So I can provide assurance that that will be part of it, and it's not a one activity and then it's finished. It needs to be continually updated as the project information definition improves as well.
And supplementary, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, it goes to Councillor Sear's issues as well, is any examination of ongoing expectations of the public, one way or the other, to participate in funding the ultimate construction and operation and maintenance of the project. Will feasibility include an early illumination of the likely public input into the scheme?
Yes, in a sense, but there's no expectation of that. So that's not built into the analysis today.
Talking about commercialisation.
Commercialisation. So, in terms of your question, my understanding is, will there be an analysis of public funding as part of this piece of work? Is that the question?
Well, at what point, or if will there be public participation financially in this? We don't want to end up in the hapless Waimea situation where, surprise, surprise, we're 50% of it and we're paying a lot. So when would we be able to tell the public you're in or you're out?
Now, currently there's no assumption of public funding, and I think if there was an assumption of public funding needed at the end of feasibility, that would be a decision for council at that point to say we're in or we're out at that point.
Just to clarify there though, post-feasibility, which is obviously leading to resource consenting, confirming, ongoing viability, providing a lot more definition, there is the development of what that proposed commercial model looks like. The work post that, assuming it's viable and consented, work post that is going further into the technical definition for the engineering costs, and then commercialisation, which is looking at what is that financing model for construction, and whether there is government-related funding required at that point, which I would put under your public funding, that will be further determined and evolved in.
Sorry we need to be clear on this.
Yeah.
We've got already around the table municipals.
Yeah.
There will be an expectation that as a user, they will pay something.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Will there be environmental flows, which, this table may be asked to contribute a portion of the use towards? So those questions about where the public will land up in this, my question is that part of feasibility? Is it part of the commercial model or some other consideration in terms of feasibility?
It's not part of the commercial model, and it's not intended to be part of the commercial model. So to be clear, there's no assumption or intent to have any funding for environmental flows explicitly.
So that's the assumption currently.
And it is part of feasibility, is looking at.
That's what I want. That's what I want
It is
to
part
hear.
of feasibility, yes.
And it's assumed that the end users, such as the councils for municipal supply, will have to go through a consultative process if they are to rate for that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, Chair, that was essentially my question, because this organisation carries a lot of baggage in this space. And that's why I think the ADB is so essential. So when you say initial modelling, to be clear, demonstrates, so far as we can tell, you can sell 27 million cubic metres of water at the price that you can deliver it within this scheme. That doesn't assume this organisation's buying any of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can I also just be satisfied without getting anyone into trouble about disclosure of commercially sensitive terms that are yet to be seen by Project Co? And again, for the community's benefit, to be very clear, if we give the delegation to the CEO to invest the balance of the 3.2 million, that's not a one-way street, is it? It's not irreversible. There are exit ramps if a red flag or, in fact, indeed a fatal flaw were to turn up. Is that
Yes.
correct? And then finally, the paper talks about delegating to the CEO an IP and a funding agreement. Am I missing any reference to an IP agreement in the recommendations? There intended to be a delegation for an IP transfer agreement in here.
I think that is possibly a hangover from an earlier draft of the paper, but I can speak briefly to what that reference relates to.
It doesn't matter. Do we need to have a reference to an IP transfer agreement? I mean, sorry, didn't mean to.
And the recommendations, yeah.
I don't have them in front of me. I don't know what the final recommendation ended up looking like, but certainly the one that I had
Including
is in
ancillary.
4.3, so the reference there is to including any other ancillary agreements necessary to give effect to the funding agreement. That is where we'd sought to pick up the IP or the asset transfer agreement, which is part of devolving the current work program and the deliverables that have been received to date into their ADV structure. So, as I say, that ancillary agreement is picked up in 4.3 and possibly just a little bit of a leftover reference to it more specifically earlier in the paper.
And the 4.2.
Yeah.
We don't have a 4.2.
Sorry. I'm not sure what your number. I'm looking at the start of it. Oh, thank you.
Sorry if I'm missing it, I just can't see it.
No,
right now.
no, I think.
Hard enough to see what is there sometimes, let alone what's not.
Still can't see it in there.
Hang on, at the front shows
Yeah,
it.
the papers. It's these ones that we need to. So if we are missing anything in the papers, they are the one. They are the correct form.
I think there might be a disconnect between the front.
Yeah, the front and
The
the back.
recommendations in the front and what's ended up in the back.
Oh no, it's 4 in the back. 3, 4. Is
Oh,
that,
yeah.
is that what you? Yeah.
Yeah, someone just moved it.
Yeah.
It says transfer of existing project IP to a company. That doesn't,
It's-
that's the same thing as an IP transfer agreement being delegated to the CEO? Or-
Yes.
That's
I don't
the
care,
intention.
as long as the base is
Yeah,
covered to your
that is the
satisfaction in these
intention,
resolutions, that's what I'm asking about.
So you believe it's met in 4?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask my same question again because having listened to Councillor Curtin and I think someone over there, I think that my question wasn't answered. When I asked if there's ratepayer assumption of financing, and you said none, and then you say, yes, the TAs will be water users, so we'll be putting in money, that is ratepayer funding, as far as I see it. So are you saying the basis for the commercial model makes an assumption that the TAs will be paying for water? So the ratepayer of TAs will be paying for water? Does the commercial model assume that?
The commercial model assumes there's sufficient demand for the 27 million cubes. It doesn't get into the specifics as to how much the municipals will take relative to other people, because that's to be worked through.
It still doesn't answer. So the assumption is if the TAs wish to take water, which we know they're going to need, they will pay for it on a commercial basis.
Correct.
That's the assumption. Okay, so when I asked for
it's-
ratepayer funding, that's what I was meaning. What did you think I was asking when I said ratepayer
Hawke's Bay
funding?
Regional
Hawke's Bay
Council?
Regional.
Only for
rates.
regional council. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was asking for TAs. So if that's the assumption, and I've heard very clearly from Hastings District Council, for example, as we all have, that they have no intention of paying for water, because my issue is we step into this, we put more money in, and we get to the end, just as Councillor Van Beek constantly reminds us about coastal hazards, and suddenly the TAs say, no, we weren't expecting to pay for water. If that's the assumption, I'd quite like to know that the TAs are well aware of that. It's not my interpretation of the conversations I've had with them, and that they are going into that with that understanding.
So in terms of the engagement that we've had to date with the TAs, we have been clear that this is based on a philosophy of user pays, and that as territorial authorities, the supply of water for municipal purposes clearly comes from the Hiratonga aquifer. In terms of our current modelling around the demand, we have excluded those, the municipal in those numbers, because there will be further discussion around that, and the case is still supporting storage at Whanawhana.
Excluding them.
Excluding them.
So the commercial model assumes it, but you've excluded them. I'm sorry, I'm sounding stupid. I
no,
actually
that's
just
fine.
don't understand the answer.
We have to, we need further details to even make the assessment as to what that growth water might look like, how much that volume would be, and those discussions are to occur. And we need that information directly from the municipal. So at this point, we haven't factored it in to those paper numbers. So that is why I was saying it's a key work stream, not only for municipal, but also for every other one of these users to understand and ground truth any of those assumptions.
Councillor Sears.
So in your assumptions, do you consider a commercial industrial user, i.e. someone who uses water for business, to be an equal user to a single ratepayer who uses the water for personal use? Are they considered an equal user under your assumptions?
What does that mean?
I think the way the analysis and assumption works to date is that if territorial authorities choose to buy water, it's for them to choose how that cost is spread across their revenue model. That's not something that the project would take a view on.
But any purchaser is considered the same to the project, irrespective of the use. Okay, thank you.
That'll definitely be some of the overlays and complexities around the commercial model that feasibility will work through and hence again, I say very important to have these primary interests at the table for those will be key decisions that those shareholders look to make.
Okay, thank you. You've got to have them at the table.
Exactly.
Councillor Lambert.
Isn't that a bit of a moot point that is the council's responsible for giving that consent, for consenting water area?
Nick, you have that one.
Through you, Chair, the regional council will be is the consenter of water takes. One of the reasons that this ADV process is really important is it allows us to play our regulatory role independent of the development of the financial model.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Hawke, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to just acknowledge the ongoing interest of Ngāti Kahungunu and that stakeholder flagged publicly their support for the project. And so I think it's good to hear Te Wairama mention that ongoing conversations will happen. My question, I guess, is as a part of the feasibility, will we see a cost-benefit comparison between the storage and, I guess, distributed smaller-scale nature-based solutions?
That we're delighted to see further work occurring across the board. And at the moment, there is some work that we've done around looking at alternatives to delivering the outcomes that are sought in Hiratonga through different means. And that's been done at a scoping level. So the more information that is provided through these investigations provides to that data set. And ultimately it comes down to, and there is section, as part of resource consenting, obviously there's work that we need to do under section 32 analysis, looking at those alternatives. But this is where I say I come back to the trade-offs and having the primary water interests at that table being absolutely laser focused around what the cost of an infrastructure project such as this is to their other options available. They will naturally consider what other alternatives exist and what delivers those benefits. And I'd suspect that all options will be considered within that mix.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
So just rounding out Councillor Sear's query, can we be confident that a very early component of the feasibility from here will be discussions with amongst the ADB partners, in particular the Hastings and Napier, to get an assessment of what their current and future needs are and therefore the volumes that they are seeking. And as part of that discussion, an indication to them as to the likely cost of that. And I say that because that needs to be quite early so we don't find ourselves 11 months down the track and that question hasn't been asked. We've spent the feasibility money when, had we asked the question very early on in the process, we wouldn't have needed to do that if it was a negative answer.
Absolutely. Primary discussions with the proposed shareholder groups and their representatives has been around bringing those individuals together collectively with really important discussions for them to have around the use of that water and considering how that is incorporated, what that pricing might look like, what some of that complexity will be. So whilst we have done some initial assumptions that have broadly looked at a user pays model, we expect fully that the shareholder groups will have key discussion in regards to that, and that will no doubt overlay various levels of further complexity in that commercial model. So their input is going to be vital and it will be done early in conjunction with resource consenting preparation.
Amanda, just on that, considering the support mechanisms for all the shareholder parties and the involvement that the councils will need to have in terms of their sensitive information as a supplier, couple that with the possibility of a CCO that's either regional or between Napier City and Hastings District. So there's some moving parts in that commercial model.
Yes.
And who pays. So what are the support mechanisms for those parties to go through this feasibility process and understand the expectations, but also know that there's change that will come to those parties?
I think in terms of explicit support mechanisms, there's the funding available which can be used obviously to enable discussions. In terms of other support mechanisms, I'm not aware of anything explicitly from our perspective.
Look, I think the key here is that we have conducted the engagement through the proposed shareholders have confirmed interest and participation, identified their representatives. We're bringing them together in a collective forum over this next month. And those are very live discussions in terms of that agenda, what that will involve, and each of those groups have highlighted that there may be various factors, and I think that's a discussion with them.
Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. On quite a different note, I want to provide just a bit of space for you to provide assurance to our community. Because I've seen a bit of commentary on social media and around the traps on the safety and the risk associated with putting a large body of water in an upper catchment with significant population below it. So could you just do a assurance piece that within the feasibility there is community confidence that this dam will withstand the shaky isles we live on, the storms that are likely to come our way, and that it's not likely to collapse?
Sure. A key component of feasibility is looking at flood risk modelling, and with that determines also the level of risk of any of these projects and what those standards need to be for design for these engineer infrastructure projects. That work is occurring now. It continues again to evolve. We have a key consultant who works closely with also with HBRC's team in that space. We've also had obviously some considerable data available to us post the significant events of 2023 in Hawke's Bay, which have added to all of those designs and been incorporated. But it is an absolute key focus when you're looking at any of these infrastructure projects with a long horizon. They're not looking at 30, 50 years, they're looking 100 plus years, and they're looking at the very large scale events of possibility and build in significant conservatism into that. Now, the dam safety regulations have been recently updated as well, and they will apply to every component of the design of this project.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Done well, team, to canvass them. So we have the recommendations in front of us, 1 to 7. Are there any amendments to make at all, or would someone like to move the recommendations as they stand?
Councillor McIntosh.
I'm happy to move, Chair.
Councillor McIntosh, and you're happy to second, Councillor Williams. Hand it over to you, Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, look, there's some really good things come out of today for me. The alternative governance model, I think, is bang on in ensuring that's the best path forward. The other part relates to what we were talking about previously with all the additional things that we need to be doing. So this is one cog in the wheel. It's an important one, but it's one cog in the wheel. I think we've got real clarity on that and action on those other things shortly. There's a component that we haven't really talked about. It's environmental and an economic one with this if we get to the end game and we decide it's worth pursuing. And the environmental part, quite pragmatically, is more water ends up in the Ngāru in summer than would otherwise be the case if we didn't do this. So that's an environmental tick. The other thing is we don't really appreciate it, but New Zealand's incomes are poor, and in Hawke's Bay we're worse. And the reason for that is we're not that productive. If you're going to turn that ship around or shift that dial, you've got to focus on the stuff that you're good at. And we're good at growing things. In fact, the Here Taonga Plains are some of the most fertile in the world, but at the moment there's a handbrake on them because of water. So we're lacking the fuel to supercharge that opportunity we've got. So this is the sort of thing that can shift the dial on that as well. So for me, it's been really helpful. The good thing about this, if we get to the end of feasibility and it's a tick, is that it is an environmental tick and it is an economic tick. And there's not many opportunities you get like that. So I'm strongly endorsing this, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Thank you, Chair. Just to firstly acknowledge the incredible work that Tom initially and Amanda and Richard and whoever else you've been leaning on have done. The public hasn't seen as much of this as we have, unfortunately, but necessarily. We've had briefings, I can remember going back to 2020 on this. The lag phase of a pre-feasibility and a feasibility project for a dam can be incredibly extensive, more so than what I'm hoping will follow from investment decisions and some of the things we talked about with the previous paper. But what you have given me is great confidence that we can make the delegation to the CEO with the exit ramps that are there. This is either going to prove its merit or it's not. But we are the facilitator, not the promoter, and I think that's an enormously important distinction between this and previous projects that the council's been involved with, if I could put it that way. And I think the other key distinction is that this is essential alongside those other interventions. Not just for growth, but to stand still, to keep the lights on. We know from TANK that we are massively over-allocated. There's a lot of talk in this region about the versatility of our soils, and we've heard very recently about how immensely important it is to safeguard those soils. They're only as good for food production as the water that enables that within them. So, Councillor McIntosh, I'm going to attribute this to you. I did want to thank you for the huge amount of work you have done, particularly with some of the behind-the-scenes work to get the alternative delivery vehicle and those conversations with the community. But you've shared with us that we've equally taken a lot of flack as an organisation. Were we ready for Gabriel? Were we caught flat-footed? Climate change is lumpy. It's wet and then it's dry. In 5 years we've had the lot and we're going to get worse. Will someone be pointing a finger at this organisation and said, you stood back and did nothing 20 years ago when you knew from your own regional water assessment that there was a 30 million cubic metre shortfall with a 1% reduction in water demand every year over that period, which is probably unachievable, right? Well, we don't know that you can do a 1% reduction in water demand every year until 2050. We don't know that yet. So I think this is a matter of responsibility, and we would be in that dereliction of duty situation if we did not at least give the delegation release this funding with those exit ramps. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Cool. Councillor Sears.
Thank you, Chair. I do support this recommendation. It's important that we, as I said in the last paper, that we're investigating all the options to look at water security around our region. There's been very florid praise of what's possible there. Excellent. I think that's what we all dream of, that this goes well, it's commercially viable, and that there is water both for growers, and our community and for our rivers. All I'm raising with my questions and my constant questioning is simply what we've seen in the Waimea Dam, the ratepayers paying 50%. There is now not possible investment into the agriculture and the horticulture of that region because it's too expensive. So it's the reason I'm consistently asking about the feasibility and the realities, because if we don't get it right, we will end up with something that's actually the opposite of what we dream of. So, of course, I'm supporting it. It's an important part of our project. I have a lot of confidence in the team. You always answer all my questions with 6 ways in which you're making sure that happens. So that's really vital for me, and I do thank you all for your work. I would prefer that the alternate delivery vehicle was up and running, that people were appointed, that the contract was ready. I would usually say let's wait for that, but I understand that this is something that's moving really fast. So I'm happy to support the delegations to the Chief Executive with that as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, congratulations to the team for the exceptional diligence that's gone on around getting us to this point. Councillor McIntosh and his crew organising that on our behalf and done a great job. I want to focus on and take Councillor McIntosh's commentary a little further and say that it's vital, and particularly in terms of our experience. So we talk about the learnings we've had, and we've, in this region, have had more than our fair share of learnings at great cost. And we need to acknowledge those and make sure we don't repeat the past. Firstly, there were two elements. One is the feasibility approach, including the public good element. What does the region get out of this? What are the benefits that we get by having this opportunity in play? How many people benefit? What does the economy benefit? But particularly what happens with the environment, socially and environmentally and economically. What do we get out of this? Why would the public put in its money, whether it's ratepayer or a taxpayer? It's all public money. That needs a strong justification to proceed. It's inevitable that the public will be involved at some further point beyond feasibility. I'm confident about that. The other element which is crucial to this, and we must learn from our own experience here, and certainly the people of Nelson will be experiencing that at the moment, is commercial feasibility. And I'm interested in the off-ramp that we must have. The early exit we must take should, for commercial viability, not become apparent. And this is not a race to produce the highest priced water in the world. We'll leave that to Ruataniwha to come to that conclusion. This is not a feast on the money, the feasibility money we're assigning. This is not about the consultants and hangers-on getting around the table and having their fill, as opposed, I suggest, the feasibility or lack of it for $6 million down the road is about the money, not a project. So I want to see this project focus on its outcome, not to focus on the detail on the way through and consumption of public money on the way through. This has got to be, it's public money, it's got to be for the public, and the public need transparency around that. The learnings from 2013 odd with Ruataniwha never had a commercial outcome. It was always premised on public money. It had the public, the region paying in the vicinity for 18 years underpinning that. You can't be in this position, and that's why I think it's important to have that off-ramp, that exit available to us. So go well. I look forward to transparency and openness and reporting back to Council on how we're doing in this.
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. Councillor Broadley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, team. this is, without traversing the importance of this piece of work and how it sits with the discussion we had earlier as part of our overall strategy for water security across the region and our water strategy. So I think it's really important to bring this through to the end of the feasibility stage. And that is what we're discussing here today. We are not discussing building a dam per se. We are talking about, is it going to be a good idea? And I want those whānau at home who are interested within this to have confidence that whilst we are traversing this paper and this discussion today, we have been doing it along with this very capable team for a number of years, albeit maybe 5. So it's a long way. It's a long way in. The confidence that you've given me around the finances, that we're not falling into the same traps as this council has previously and other councils have too, that money, that ratepayer funded piece is a piece that enables a much larger pocket envelope of money, that the Crown is working with us to get to answer the question, is it a go or not, and that money, the remaining piece of this stage 2 isn't just being handed over willy-nilly as a lump sum, that actually giving the delegation to the Chief Executive is just releasing it to be enabled to be drip-fed at every green light stage. And I understand those stages are quarterly, so quite short phases for success, which gives me confidence that if the light wasn't green, we have the ability to stop that funding. So giving assurance to ratepayers that this is not just a big dump of money going in somewhere that we're just kissing goodbye to with another vehicle. Actually, we are keeping the reins on that pretty close. So thank you, team, for structuring it that way. Appreciate that, and really do look forward to seeing what happens through the next phase, and I definitely will be supporting the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Rodley. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair, and just wanted to expand on Councillor McIntosh's comments around the productivity and income. And the other thing that probably from a council perspective that's gone on the last couple of terms is that our rates have been increasing at much higher than the rate of inflation, and in particular the income inflation or wage inflation, and so that's really starting to squeeze our ratepayers. And so this is one area in terms of productivity and I'd argue economic development where we can, we should definitely be looking into it. And it sounds like most, if not all, around the table will support it for that reason. We had a choice around 3 years ago, and if this region's now spent 4.8 million on economic development, but I'd argue where has that really got us? And we've had the whole board and C resign. So to me, this is much better spending in that area. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Just to add my comments of support with what everyone has said, I think we've taken a robust process in this first stage of feasibility. I am really heartened to see that there are assurance pieces at every step of the way, and I think this is the best time to devolve this project. We have been enablers. We always say we're enablers, but now it's up to the users or the future users to take a hold of this, and really it's in their eyes that we need to be confident in whether this goes forward or is commercially viable or not. In regards to the environment, that's a really crucial piece that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council will be very interested in keeping our finger on the pulse. But I do thank the team. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Jock, for leading some of the team's work as well. Thank you. A great job. And I think we've got to a very good place to have confidence to move this on. A right of reply, Councillor McIntosh.
Look, if I was just to sum it up, I think I would say I would like to be sitting in a rocking chair in 20 years' time in the middle of a thumping drought and knowing we made good decision today.
Thank you.
Dreamer.
Perfect. So we have our recommendations 1 to 7 on the table. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Kia ora, thank you,
And
team.
I'm abstaining.
And abstain, thank you, councillor Van Beek.
And I'll miss my lunch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Team, we're a little late for lunch, but that's okay. Can we be back at 2:00? Thank you. If you Welcome back, everyone, to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council meeting for July. Now we'll continue with item 10, the Fit for Future report. And it's great to see you back, Jeff and Crystal. Thank you for being here. So I'll hand it over to you, Nick, and then we'll have questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just before I get into the report, just to bring all councillors up to date, because you may have seen some tsunami alert messages over the lunch break. There's no cause for concern for New Zealand, but there is a tsunami advisory around just staying off beaches and being cautious around coastal surges and stay out of the water. For this part of the country at the moment, there was a large, I think 8.7 earthquake in Kamchatka in Russia, and there are a number of Pacific tsunami advisories, particularly for Japan and countries around the Pacific, but no cause for alarm for this part of the world. There's a Civil Defence Facebook advisory out, and that's been shared by the councils, including ours.
Thank you, Nick.
Just to move then into your next item, and really pleased to be sitting here and being able to bring you this item and the Fit for the Future report. And it's a really important element in helping to set this organisation up for future success. Today is part one, so Jeff and Crystal from Alacrity Lab, who have done the work on behalf of the organisation, are going to take you through the key findings from their report. And we will then bring back to Council at the end of August, part two, which is an action plan. Concurrently, there's work going on to think about how implementation occurs and implementation design. So just to go back as to why we have the report in front of us today, essentially the council has been through a whole bunch of events over the last few years. Yes, the cyclone top of everybody's mind, equally the COVID pandemic, and going back a little bit further, a period of setting some really ambitious environmental targets in a strategic plan that saw the organisation grow quite significantly. And it's all of those things that have shaped the functions, size and scale of the organisation that we have here in front of us today. Equally as those things that have shaped us now in the past are the things that are shaping us in the future, and you'll all be aware of the current uncertainty in terms of local government reform, changes to RM, etc. And so there are a bunch of things that will continue to influence what the council both does and then how it looks as a result. Going back to the conclusion of the last long-term plan, and you remember you did a 3-year long-term plan under the Swirler legislation, and the first year of that long-term plan was a really significant double-digit rate rise, and the second year was projected to be another double-digit rate rise. Council, in discussions with myself and managers in the organisation, identified that continuing high rate take was not going to be sustainable. And equally, you identified that strategically we are going to get close to our debt ceiling in the next few years, and so there are some financial headwinds for the organisation. And as a result, you put in place a series of measures to tackle those issues. And I'm pleased that all of those measures are underway and bearing fruit. So the first of those was to set in place a savings target for the last annual plan, and you asked myself and managers to come back with a $5 million saving, the majority of which you then put into the annual plan, which saw that projected 18% rate rise come down to just under 10. Secondly, you've really powered up an investment strategy via HBRIC in terms of the letter of expectation this council sets for HBRIC and improved returns from its investments, and you're having a good strategic look at what that investment portfolio looks like. The third part of that process was to look at an efficiency and effectiveness review and you directed me as the Chief Executive to get that commissioned and underway. That commissioning occurred late August, September last year, and as Jeff and Crystal will take you through, there's been an enormously thorough process to turn over rocks in the organisation, and for them to have a look at really what might the organisation look like in the future, and there's some really critical results coming out of it. I'm not going to delve into those because I think Jeff and Crystal will do that. But for me, this sets up, provided council is keen to endorse it, something that will produce a stronger, more confident and a different shaped organisation over the next couple of years. We will still get to respond to the new challenges that government and others set us, so we will have to be agile as we go through implementation. But we have a really good blueprint here for taking our next steps. With that, Chair, I might, with your leave, hand over to Jeff and Crystal to take you through the key elements of the report.
Thank you, Nick. We'll hand it over to you, Jeff and Crystal. Thank you.
Kia ora tata. Thank you very much for your introduction. It's great to be here, and our intention is to probably spend a relatively small amount presenting to you because you've had the report, you've had a chance to read it and think about it, but I think just overviewing it. So we'll do that initially, but the plan is to also leave plenty of time for questions and to work through some issues that I'm sure you'll have with regard to it. And perhaps just to reflect on Nick's point about what is here and what is to come. So we call this part of it more the direction setting. This is the direction we think that this should take. The second part of it is the action planning, which is the detail of how we're going to do it, and that's the August deliverable. Now, you can't talk about one without the other, and we will a little bit, but I just want to make that point. So there might be some things that are delivery in your mind that we haven't perhaps fully dealt with at this stage and that will get dealt with, but we can talk about those. So I'll just go into this here and run you through, and then we can get down to some good discussion. So just initially, and the point that was just been made, that it's what we found was an organisation that's been through a lot. You had the innovations and activities of the 2016, 17, 18, 19. You had the COVID, you had the Gabrielle itself and the aftermath, and through much of that, and perhaps particularly at the time of the change of government, you had policy shifts from central government. You and other regional councils had a lot to deal with, but you had more. Not only that, you deal with issues that are big issues of our era. Climate adaptation, water quality, resilience, pollution, pest contamination. These are big issues, and the difficulty with these issues is they're complex and there's not necessarily a right answer to them. It's a judgment call. It's looking at and understanding these issues. The thing about the last few years that we noticed immediately, and other people pointed out to us, is that nearly everything that you were dealing with was both urgent and important. And which sort of adds to the pressure, I guess, of the whole thing. And in trying to respond to that, we do believe that the organisation got a bit knocked out of shape, is the best phrase that we could come up with. When you have pressure like that on an organisation, they performed admirably across these sorts of projects, but it does have consequences. And it's some of those consequences that we started to want to look at. So on the one hand, we're looking back and saying, what is the situation that we've got ourselves in, or got to, as a result of the history? But what does go forward look like? So how do we be fit for the future? Again, we showed you this before, so I won't dwell on it. It's in our in our paper. Just that distinction between effectiveness and efficiency. I think effectiveness is doing things right. It's things that are priorities and that make a difference, and distinguishing between those that are priorities and those that aren't quite such priorities, and fitting what we want to do within the resources available. Efficiency is a bit more about practice, the way things are done. Is it done efficiently? Are resources being used to the best advantage? And particularly ensuring that systems and processes support the efficient use of resources. In very broad terms, the brief was for elected to better enable elected representatives to identify realistic goals and future directions to meet community expectations. In other words, set the direction of the organisation. For the CEO and the executive leadership to right-size the organisation and shape it to be able to meet those future demands and those the expectations are set by the council. And organisational leadership, looking at the whole leadership structure within the organisation that optimises the potential of the team. If we put a big team on the field, we want to be using everybody to the best degree we can. This is the methodology we used, and Crystal's just going to walk us through it. Just to remind you of what we've done.
Thank you. So this is in the document, so I'm just going to pull out some of the key things in the methodology because you've seen it before, but we use a problem-solving methodology and we use that as a way of relieving blockages and helping us to give ourselves a clear focus on what really needs to be done. So when we start, we go through the diagnose process, which is where we develop a problem statement, which we shape up in a sort of diagram that we call the problem tree, Mark 1. And that problem tree evolves as more information is uncovered, as more discussions occur, as we go into our research, for example, and we pull that together into a Mark 2 of the problem tree, and then evolves into a solution tree, which we'll talk a little bit more about as we start to move from what do we think it is to what does it look like to what do we need to do about it. So it is iterative, it's an evolutionary process. It's not about deciding this is exactly what we're doing and then not moving as new information comes in. It is important that as that information comes through that we are applying that. So for example, as we go from that first problem statement, we go into effectively two types of research, literature review and also comparing information from 3 other regional councils, which we undertook, as well as what we call dialogue interviews. So we talked to 27 people inside and outside of the organisation. They were good conversations between about an hour and a half to get information, so we have both qualitative and quantitative information going through. That comes into the first, what we call a lab, which is effectively an active workshop, the discovery lab, and then that comes through into the Fit for the Future plan. Now, some of these things happen concurrently. So, for example, the research and the dialogue was happening concurrently, so we can pull those two together. And also the precision mini labs, which are part of the next stage, which looks more at the actions, the more specific things that need to be done and drilling down into key areas as they're emerging. They've actually occurred as well. So that's occurring as part of pulling together this Fit for the Future plan. So we're able to have a good talk about what are some of the key actions, and that can inform the direction document as well. Once that's put forward, we'll have the high-level action plan. Then, if that's adopted, that will go through to implementation, which is managed through Hawke's Bay Regional Council.
Yep, thank you. I think the key thing I want you to take out of that is we set up ideas about what we think needs to be done, and then we test them. And we test them in interview, we test them in what we call labs, and that's why we call them labs. So as it were, we set something up and then get people to examine it and critically evaluate it. So each of the ideas that's come through have been through a bit of rigorous testing. I know it doesn't look like a tree. It did once in our earlier iterations. Somehow it went from being upright to horizontal. But we were trying to get the idea that one thing's connected to another thing is connected to another. And you might recall that we discussed once before that the original problem that we identified was the pressure on the general rate, until after testing we concluded, no, that's a symptom. What is the root cause of pressure on the general rate? And that's where we got to this, a successful, a significantly overcommitted organisation. And that problem statement has tested really well. As we've come through, people have said to us, yep, that feels right, that's what we experience. So we feel quite confident about that. And then we move to, okay, so if we're going to bring the commitment to the right level for the organisation and its resources, what are the changes that we have to make? And there are 5 of them there. Refining the organisation purpose doesn't mean changing it particularly, but being really clear about it. I just make an observation that often organisations are vision orientated, we see a greater future. And one of the great difficulties with the vision idea is that, as it were, your work is never done. There's always more and more and more to do, and that tends to drive growth and sometimes not the resources to be able to manage it. So just constraining that a little bit more so as we're a bit more specific, a bit more perhaps mission orientated. The second is the shift to active organisation priorities. That is pulling priorities and tight and clear so as we know what's in and what's out, and that is clearly defined and understood. A shift to confident decision making. I think we had a discussion about this before. A view that we do take is that there's one thing worse than a wrong decision, and that's no decision at all. Because no decision paralyses an organisation. At least if you're wrong, you can say, we got it wrong, now let's change and move forward. But not if decisions aren't made. And there are blockages in the organisation. We'll talk about that a bit more in the decision-making department, and we want to free some of those up so as at each level in the organisation things can move forward. Greater integration. One of the areas where you got knocked about a bit through all of that history, the organisation has become very vertical, and that's not unusual. People want to, there's something urgent, they want to get onto it, they get organised, it's almost a do-it-yourself, get in and do it. But the difficulty with that is you don't necessarily use the full resources of the organisation for the benefit. So greater integration and better use of resources within the organisation. And then finally, the fifth one is decluttering, that is finding areas where there are problems and just simply simplifying them, decluttering them, taking out some of the excesses that we think are there and are not necessary. So those are the shifts, and then there's a number of actions you can see in that other column, and I'll talk about those a little bit more. But in the first one, which is a little bit more the purpose and the focus, but specifically it's a refreshed strategic plan. Your plan hasn't been refreshed for about a decade, and it spoke then to a very different situation to what you have now. And then following that through with staff and community. The second one is levels of service. We can vary, we may have a range of priorities, but we can vary the level of resource we put in by varying the level of service. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Introducing more proactive and streamlined decision making at all levels, and we've talked about that previously. Establishing a Tier 3 connection that is getting tighter horizontal as well as vertical structuring in the organisation. And then the last one is getting rid of some duplication overlap, which inevitably comes when you've got vertical silos in an organisation. There isn't the same horizontal movement. So how do we attack this? I mean, I know it's quite a basic word, using rationing, but that's what it gets down to. It is a finite amount of resource to do an infinite job and making the two work together. And to do that, the key focus at the beginning is a strategic plan, and that's why it was at the top of the list in the last slide. Getting the strategic setting of the organisation right is just critical. Then making it fit is what the next two are about. On the left-hand side, we've got priorities, which is deciding what those priorities are, maybe having fewer of them, and maybe having them a little bit sharper. And on the other side, it's given those priorities, what level of service do we imagine that we will want to provide here? Now, I've talked previously about what do we mean by levels of service. I think the most illustrative way to show it is the example I've used before, where a high level of service might be sending a highly capable professional in a ute out to an individual farm. That's a very high level of service. You could put that same information on a website, and it could have been written by a highly qualified person, but there aren't the same costs involved. It is still giving the same service, but it is giving it at another level in another way. And looking at these sorts of issues is what this is about. Then pulling those two things together and doing some financial modelling. So if we, alter the priorities a little, if we change the levels of service in some areas, and it'll be different in different areas, then what savings will we make and how will that impact on the bottom line of the organisation? That would then flow through into planning documents such as LTP, annual plan, and business plan. And I'd make the point that the ideal here is that we do these sorts of things as part of a process like this, and you don't end up in a bit of a Dutch auction at LTP time saying, oh, I don't know if we can afford to do that, don't know if we can afford to do that. We would already have worked through those sorts of issues. So you're not having to make those sorts of decisions on the hoof. Crystal.
Great. So Jeff just mentioned before that we'll talk a little bit more about some of the actions. Now, actions mostly will be, funnily enough, in the action plan, but we just wanted to give you a bit of a sense of the things that have emerged from those discussions that we've had so far in the Precision Labs, is the way that some of the shifts and changes might be realised when we put them into sort of implementable actions. So in the blue up the top are 4 areas that we identified in the report that you could say in broad terms sit across the organisation. So that's things like priority setting and decision making, the levels of service that Jeff was talking about. We talked previously about this idea of the tier 3, the horizontal connection, and also having finance systems. Then the 4 in the orange represent different areas within business units of the organisation. They emerged from our comparative report information, our research that we did, some of the research papers that were provided to us, and also the dialogue, the discussions that we had with people that sent indications to us that there were areas that we could have a look into around efficiency and effectiveness. And of course, this is not every single place in the organisation. Actually, what we're saying is there are some really key things here that we can look into and that will enable things to happen. So, for example, the leadership is there, the willingness is there, the opportunities are there to make some changes to find efficiencies or be more effective in some of those areas. So just a quick taste of some of those, for example, in terms of levels of service. There are levels of service that are set at the moment, but we believe there could be a tool that helps to achieve some of those adjustments and gives more effect to the levels of service statements that currently exist. If I take the land management, for example, and we're talking about declutter internally and delegate externally, in that land management area, it's emerging that a shift to more place-based could be something that is looked into, and therefore that would, for example, include community, discussions. That sort of delegation could sit within that area. Things like the technology systems. So there are some initiatives that are in place at the moment to help strengthen that horizontal connection, because what we identified in the report, in the comparative report, is that there's a lot of labour intensive and perhaps not technology enabled opportunities, such as AI, for example, that could be innovation, quick wins that help to relieve some of the pressure within the organisation for it to be more effective. So that's just some examples, and I'll leave that there for now.
So where would the impacts come from? We've just done a little matrix here of efficiency and effectiveness versus high impact, low impact. So the things that will particularly impact efficiency will be the levels of service area, some of the areas that in the finance area where we're just simply looking for financial efficiencies or identifying them, and to an extent in the land management, which Crystal has just talked about. Some others are more in the effectiveness area, such as priority setting and decision-making. Priorities are much more about effectiveness. They're also about efficiency, but they're much more about effectiveness. In the Tier 3 connection, for example, some of the science services changes that have been identified. Technology systems and works group are two that we've looked at, obviously in quite a lot of detail. They're on the lower end, but worthy of investigation. So that's a very rough ready retina, if you like, but it just gives you a sense of where the benefits would or the impacts would happen. You would have noticed the page in the report that talks about recalibration, and you probably found this one quite an interesting one. I mean, this is very much into the area of levels of service. I talked at the beginning, just momentarily, about the sort of vision-mission distinction. Vision often being a little bit more esoteric, maybe a little bit broader, mission being a little bit more focused. Not suggesting you're going from one extreme to the other extreme, but we're talking about maybe there's a case for being a little bit further towards the mission side than the vision side. Go across to the to the other side, there has been a feeling that the responsibilities of the council are the responsibilities of the council, and that people told us about the experience that they felt things fall to the council. People expect the council to do things. In other words, it's got a responsibility in both a public and stakeholder mind. The organisation can't afford to do all of those things. You know that because you have to wrestle with these problems. So it takes us into the whole area of shared responsibilities, delegating parts of services, getting into partnerships, joint ventures or stuff like that, which doesn't necessarily take the responsibility fully away, or doesn't even involve giving up the responsibility, but the operation of it is more shared. I just want to say there that is quite a complex area, because there's often an expectation if you share services with somebody else that you'll still pay for it and they'll just do it. And that's not going to solve our problem totally. So we've got to understand these things better and make sure that we do make changes that impact on the bottom line. Encouraging demand versus managing demand. I can't remember if I gave the example, but I remember years ago sitting in a meeting in the health sector, and someone popped up and said, "Who drives demand in the health sector?" And we all said, "Oh, patients." And no, patients don't drive demand in the health sector. Doctors drive demand in the health sector. Doctors decide how much treatment you'll get, how little treatment you'll get, what pharmaceuticals you're going to use, whether you're going to go to theatre, and all of those things are, at the end, costs. So in your world too, staff drive demand, stakeholders drive demand. There are lots of parties that drive demand and don't necessarily understand in driving demand whether or not you can meet the demand. So more tighter management and awareness around management of demand is important. The family corporate one is a little bit about an organisation that we were told used to be a big family but isn't quite anymore. and that's because it's got so much bigger. And we see a bit of a transition going on towards more corporate disciplines being required, but at the same time retaining family values, which are about people and interaction and quality of work and those sorts of things. But just moving the dial slightly more towards the corporate direction. Active versus passive. I gave an example of it before, where active service might be sending out a ute and a PhD and a whole lot of things to an individual assignment, versus more passive responses, which might be an AI response, a website response, webinars, seminars. There are all sorts of things that could fit into that. And finally, the fixed versus agile. We assess, and I'm sure you are trying to assess it as well, your future. And I would say looking into the crystal ball of the future of a regional council is a very misty and mysterious exercise to get involved in, because you really don't know. There's a lot of things out there that are uncertain. We therefore feel, as an organisation, that we would be doing you a disservice if we didn't try to encourage you to move to a slightly more agile position. Now, if you're agile, you can't be carrying too big a pack on your back. You can't dance a jig with a pack on your back. And so there is a balance here between fixed things that you must do and you need to carry out, but not so much that you can't be agile. And just finding the balance on there. So these are the sorts of calibrations that we would then take into an exercise like this to evaluate how things are done. So if you're wondering about that page, that's the explanation behind it. So in terms of is this me or you?
That's you. You're good. You go.
In terms of implementation, so there's to make something like this work, it really does need leadership, and it needs a commitment to it, and so putting in the right machinery to do that is important. You as a council will lead it from your level. You'll give the focus, you'll give the outcome or the priorities that you're wanting to achieve, and the management and ELT and through the organisation has then the task of making that real. Now, we think there's some structures that are useful. We don't think it needs a great big project, but we do think it needs some sort of monitoring, coordination, sort of resolution type of hub, if you like. We've called it a Fit for the Future desk that implements this thing. There'd be monthly dashboards, quarterly oversight, and quarterly reporting to yourselves. And as there will be decisions taken which will have to come up to various levels in the organisation. If you make significant changes to service delivery, for example, that will have implications on the communities. There will need to be possibly consultation, definitely engagement and discussion, and working through with stakeholders in those areas. It can't be done in isolation. So all of these things have got to be seen as part of this exercise. This is you.
It is me. This just gives you a very brief overview of the timeline. So there's a little bit more information in the document, but we give it a bit of a sense of building the plane whilst flying the plane. And what we mean is, again, that iterative, that agility, that ability to move as things come up. So for example, before I gave the example of the 4 that sit across the organisation and then the 4 that sit within business units. Now, there may be changes and things that come at you which mean that you have to reprioritise some of the areas that you're looking at. So it's having the opportunity to have a look at some of those within that and be agile if something does change. So in year 1, the program is looking at launching early projects, so capturing these early wins. So there are a number that have been identified of things that could be stood up quite quickly, innovation in particular around IT as one example, where we could free up some resources in order to relieve some problems that are real-time problems that can actually help the organisation to be able to respond better. And then scoping up and setting up the more substantive projects to stand up in year 2. So in year 2, we'd be able to roll those out and get some measures in place. And of course, continuous innovation and capturing of quick wins could continue there. And then in year 3, it's really about building progress, so measuring, monitoring, and adjusting. And I'd just make the point that when we're looking across this program, we really wanted to take into account when we, particularly in the precision labs, I think we talked to nearly 40 people within those precision labs, some of whom were in the same labs because they had connections to other pieces of the organisation. And we said, please carefully consider what's already on your plate. Let's make sure that in standing this up, that we're coordinating what needs to occur, your must-dos, and we're considering what needs to change and be affected by this work. So, instead of saying we're going to do it all in year 1 and having lots of really good ambition, let's make sure that we set it up to be iterative over time so that it can sustain the momentum that we've seen as we've been talking with people already.
And perhaps just one point, you may be asking yourself the question, why 3 years? Why can't we do it quicker? Isn't the thing urgent? And the answer to that, we feel, is actually in what we're planning here, we're really talking 2. The third year is really just iteration and building on it. But you have a very busy organisation as well, and the trouble with sort of big shock and awe changes might be the phrase to use. You see it sometimes. Is that they're so disruptive. And the last thing we want to be doing is making change, but also disrupting business as usual to an unsustainable level. So what we feel here is finding the right pace to make sure we don't do that, but enough pace to maintain momentum. So there's a balance to be had in here. Once we get into the real detail of implementation, projects can move around a bit, and of course we look to be doing the bigger things earlier, for example, the more important things earlier. But that's the logic behind looking over a longer period. So that's us. Just want to say that we've had 70 people from within and around the organisation involved in this process in the last 4 or 5 months. You can see the range of contributors who have contributed to this, and some have given considerable effort and time. Some of the staff were asked to turn around stuff in very short order, and they did. And I just, Nick, want to express our gratitude for your staff for having done that, made our job a lot easier. So thanks to that team who helped us, and thank you for hearing us out. Madam Chair, if I throw it back to you, we'll field questions, comments, whatever.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. That's a lot to go through, and I'm sure councillors will have some questions and some comments possibly that will lead us into a workshop that we have together. So build the action plan that will have a lot more detail around what those shifts will be.
Yes.
Thank you. Please open up. Thank you, Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Thank you, Jeff and Crystal. It's been a little while coming, but for good reasons. This is, and I'm glad that the paper and the Chief Executive have pointed out that there hasn't been an inactivity around our efficiency and effectiveness in the meantime. There's been an enormous amount of work that the CE and team have put into saving $5 million along the way. So we had a bit of a conception, if we go back about a year ago, that actually that a really quick efficiency and effectiveness review would turn the dial. Turns out it's a little bit more complicated than that, but to the credit of the Chief Executive and the staff, they've done a lot in the meantime. So I can forgive the idea that there's a little bit in the delivery of this, so 2 years doesn't faze me in the way that it might have done a year ago. What I wanted to ask is, how do we know when we've arrived? There's been a benchmarking exercise up front that says our per head costs are higher, per ratepayer costs are higher, so our rates are high relative to our peers in the regional council sector, and the organisation is somewhat outsized. how do we, and all the response to that has so far been descriptive, how are we going to know when we've done enough, how are we going to measure it?
Yeah. Can I just go back to a slide? That one. Look, that's a really good point, Zan. It's hard to count until you get to specifics. And so the idea is to get to specifics quite quickly. Now, in this slide here, you'll notice the box financial modelling sitting underneath there. So what we're looking to create in this is a modelling capacity that takes the changes that are proposed. They might be changes in the levels of service, they might be changes in priorities, and they might be changes of the other ilk and decluttering and various things like that. And so you're running a concurrent model of what the gains are from this. And I wouldn't say you're exactly adding them up, but fundamentally you are. Because one of the real problems in a program like this is that you promise much in terms of gains and deliver little, because decisions might be made, but decisions are not acted on in the way that will achieve that. So we are very much believers in you've got to make this stuff very transparent so as people can see. So that financial modelling is a really crucial part of this whole thing, and I think that would meet the request that you're asking, is that we would be looking at each of these areas and saying, right, what would we get out of that, and of course, what would we lose by doing that as well, and how does it compare with other things, and you can run the two together, like. You might say, we've got this range of priorities and we can't change those. We've got to do those things, but we can reduce the level of service in some of these areas. So we won't change the cost structure by changing the priorities in that particular example, but we will do it in changing the levels of service. And the reverse could be true, although it's probably more common in that direction. So I don't know if that is a general answer to your question, but that financial modelling is absolutely critical, and we've had quite some discussions with the finance people on these sorts of questions and how it might work.
Okay, I just say that sounds more like initiative specific as opposed to running the rule over the organisation from time to time to see how we're. But again, could I sort of take that, if you go back to that one and you sort of say that's looking a little bit more across the organisation. If you've got stuff coming from modelling that's identifying the contributions from each of these areas, then you're starting to get a whole organisation picture. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair. Variation on Councillor Harding's question.
Right.
So at the start it says, relative to our peers, we are quite big. My question is, are we just big because we're big, or are we big because the cyclone has necessarily got us engaging more staff than would normally be the case?
Okay, this takes a little bit of picking apart.
Sorry, I'll make it more simple. So we've got a project office with, I don't know how many staff in it. We wouldn't normally have that project office in a business as usual context. So did your assessment of our size take into account those sort of positions, which are kind of one-off for a period?
Yep. Let's just sort of wind it up a bit. So prior to the storm, you were a growing organisation and growing quite rapidly. You had a significant staff increase in the late 2017, 18, 19, that sort of area. And don't get us wrong, we're not criticising that, but and the people who made those choices at that time had no idea that COVID was just around the corner and that a storm was just around the corner. But you were a growing organisation, and relative to other regional councils, your staff level was quite high, and your expenditure was quite high. As a result of which, and this is the conundrum we've talked about several times, it drove up rates because the number of ratepayers you have is significantly less than those comparators. So you had a relatively small number of people starting to meet additional costs. Then along came some of the shocks. COVID had several aspects to it, but one obviously was, for example, the rates moving, which you had to fund in one way or another. But you also, the storm was the critical thing, and appreciate huge amounts of money came into the organisation from government. But you also had to spend your own money on that, and so that kept your expenditure high. And that is why you've tended to track up over a period of time.
Can I ask a follow-up, Chair?
Sure.
So if we're an overcommitted organisation, but if we're also quite big, there's an opportunity there. And so would you see a situation where we go through the shifts, as you've described them, and actually, if you're to predict, you say you end up with quite a bit leaner organisation as a consequence of having gone through that process than what we are now?
Absolutely. I mean, again, it depends what you mean by leaner. But look, I would say you're in a situation at the moment of having a finite revenue. I mean, give or take. I mean, you can go at 9% for your rates, or 10% or 11% maybe, you know. No, all I'm saying is that you have a relatively finite revenue.
We do.
And one of the things that we've learned, and actually I'll just say we've been learning even in the last week or two, is just how much of your revenue came through government. We thought, for example, that you had a more substantial non-rate revenue than you actually have, because there was so much tied up with things together, and it took a lot of unpicking it all to find it. So you really do have quite a finite level of rates. So you can't build an organisation beyond that finite level unless you borrow money or you leverage money in other sorts of ways. You've already done that to quite an extent, not dangerously so or anything like that, but you have leveraged both internal and external debt. So that's why we've said in here you're somewhat maxed out. So that becomes the acid test, really. Instead of saying, what do we want to do and how can we afford it, we're almost saying, this is how much we've got to play with, what can we do? You come at the telescope from the other end.
Yes, and my point is there's actually a very good opportunity for us there.
Totally.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Councillor Williams and Councillor Van Beek.
Thank you. I've got at least three, Chair, if that's all right. The first one, just to pick up on that, is to challenge this idea about alternative funding, because it says on page 11 or something that our total revenue is higher than our comparators, but the total level of general rate collected is somewhat lower. Now, leaving aside the anomaly, I would put it, of massive government contribution for Cyclone Gabriel, we've got a long-term plan setting that no more than I think it's 50% now, of our total revenue comes from rates.
No less than 50%.
No more than 50%.
No more than 50%.
Yeah, sorry, the wrong way. So how do we compare with other organisations in terms of our expectations of our investments to generate revenue? Because if our overall revenue is higher, but our total general rate is lower, then that might suggest we're getting more from our investments than other councils. Did you look at that?
Yeah, look, I can't totally answer all of that, but I'll give you a couple of bits, and I might get Crystal to help me as well on this one. Look, the first thing is that when we wrote that, what we didn't know was that there was still more in your revenue from government for the storm that we hadn't found.
Right.
And now that we've extracted that out of the figures, it does change the picture a bit. And one of the things that I had believed was that you had a substantially healthier revenue from grants and subsidies than your comparators. That's actually not true. It's roughly the same, or even just slightly lower. There were still, in the figures that we had at that time, bits of storm government type funding. So what we have on the bright side of it, we've got a more realistic picture now of the situation, but it's not quite as favourable from that point of view as it was.
The next question is, it's said in here that essentially decisions aren't being made at this table. There's indecision at this table.
Oh, that's a big leap.
Were there any specific examples of that?
That's a big leap.
But it says twice in the report that we were
No,
not confident in making decisions and we held things up.
Let me comment. Let me comment on. I take several things. First point is that it takes you as an organisation more time to do your business at a governance level than, when I say more time, more meetings, transactions, than is characteristic of a number of others.
Okay, so we're meeting heavy.
You're meeting a lot, yeah. Rightly or wrongly, but that's important not only because it consumes resources, but also there's a role modelling element to that. If that continues, and we believe there is a degree to which it does continue through the organisation, then you're getting a level of, let's say, over-investment in decision-making that may not be necessary, and that becomes an area of potential saving.
Becomes a culture.
Yeah.
Third question is, what's our role as elected representatives? Because it says in the report here we've got a critical role to play in priority setting. So, I mean, a lot of this is operational, right? A huge amount of the delivery of this is operational. Where do we fit in setting the timeframes, priorities and budget for the action plan?
I think particularly to pick the priorities word out, the feedback that we got was too many priorities and changes in priorities, or bringing priorities in later in the piece that hadn't been provided for, if you like. So if at this level you can set tight, clear priorities
for the action plan I'm talking about.
For the organisation, but that flows through into actions, absolutely.
I was more focusing on the action plan because there's a recommendation that it comes back to us to endorse or something. My question is really heading towards what role do you see us having in the design of that action plan?
Oh, I see. Okay. Specifically the action plan, I would say that in large part that is a staff management issue, the action plan. We're not at all recommending to you that you wade into that area. But an action plan is going to have implications. For example, if we decide that levels of service to farmers in a particular area is going to be diminished, then you're going to cop some flack for that. So you need to be involved in understanding what that is and maybe even engaged in some aspects of it. So yes, we do see some, but the cascading of decisions around priorities, starting at the top and setting a clear strategic direction, as in my slide, which I've gone the wrong way. As on that slide, the strategic planning at the top end, the actual work on it might be done by staff, but making the key decisions in happens around this table, and then ensuring that that flows through the organisation is also critical. And that ends up in action.
Essentially, we have to rely on the CEO to deliver this.
Yep. Yes. Although, look, I don't want to get too far into it because we get past where we're up to at the moment. But organisations use structures from time to time to get interaction between staff and elected representatives on, in particularly critical areas, important program areas, and that sort of thing. But whilst at the same time keeping that clear line between what's governance and what's management.
Thank you, Chair. I did have one more question on science, but I think I'll share the load.
Okay, that's fine. Jeff, I just want to clarify in terms of the action plan for those governance aspects like meetings. We are fully in the driver's seat for those actions.
Oh, good.
Well,
No, that's
so
a
that's to
question.
answer that's to answer partly what you said about our involvement in the action plan.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it
fantastic.
is particularly.
Just clarifying that. Thank
It's
you.
just particularly, but there are some major changes that might take place. They take the land management area that Richard's working on at the moment. That is going to have implications, and they're going to be some political implications of it, and you will want to understand those, and you may well have to be involved in public management of them. But look, I don't want to go too far because you get into this question of where the boundaries are. I think you're better to deal with specifics, actually.
We have Councillor Van Beek, then Councillor Rodley, then Councillor Curtin. Thank you.
Yeah, you talk about, actually I'll go one step back. We had a lot of revenue coming into our council prior to COVID and cyclone. So and I've been working with central government for 14 years. I did that extensively in Wellington. And what I found is as soon as you actually accept that money, you actually build your organisation around that money, but there is a finite time. And then you're stuck with how you then actually continue to deliver that. And that was a problem we had in our council. So that's what I saw. I think I saw it in your report as well.
Absolutely. What's the phrase? A poison chalice. It's not quite, but you can get into that situation. And we saw evidence of 2 or 3 different things. One is programs finishing their government funding but continuing. Mm-hmm. Or partially continuing, and so you had an ongoing commitment, or government meeting the direct operational costs of something, but not the management costs, or not some of the indirect costs that were associated with that, and those things all add up, and that starts to put pressure on you. So yes, we do have concern about so-called free money. Just how free it is.
It set us up quite badly prior to COVID. So anyway.
And I'm not saying don't accept it as a rule. I'm saying be eyes wide open.
So my question is, an overcommitted organisation, do you see that due to Hawke's Regional Council taking on too much, or do you think we haven't got enough staff to do the work that we currently feel we need to get through? I've got a view on it, but I'd like to see it's the first. Any context in your report?
You're trying to do too much, because if you were to take staff on to do more, you would have to put your rates up, and you can't put your rates up. So it really there is no option there. You are trying to do too much. The other thing, and I tread warily here, is that there's that sort of depth and breadth issue. And some of the issues that you are dealing with, some of the really critical ones, arguably need more investment in them, and maybe some of the more peripheral ones a little less. So it's not just a question of how much, but the emphasis in them. Those are decisions around this table. Or some of them are at the higher level. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Crystal and Chief. It's been a really interesting piece of work that you've done, and I appreciate the deep dive into it and a great response to what we've all had a gut feeling is needs a further look into. I just want to take you to page 24 of the report on the levels of service, and I like the way, Crystal, you've separated them out into the blue and the orange pieces, I just wanted to test with you because in my mind, the CE has done a great job with the wider organisation stripping out $5 million out of the cost. So well done for all that. And some of this feels like just a continuation of that when we're shifting to deep diving into decluttering, using technology better, using AI, thinking about the works group, thinking about the way our science is done, state of environment. Feels like just more of a stripping out and doing it smarter. What I was looking for was there's a word in here I don't understand, which is operational design and rescoping. So maybe this is it. So the question is what I'm going to describe that? Okay. So what I was looking for was actually a fundamental shift in the way the organisation runs and a shift towards an organisation that is an enabler that then devolves, an organisation that speaks one to many, to a catchment group who then does the work, to a service provider who does the work, that we actually do, we enable a whole lot more work, but we do it in a different way, which to me is quite different to just stripping out levels of service and when you ring AI answers. That's a whole different gig. And so what I'm looking from you, and is the question is operational design and rescoping levels of service, is that what that is?
Well, that's classical Wellington talk, isn't it?
Oh, I don't even know what that is. We don't talk about that one. I don't know what that is.
But the answer to your question is yes. The reason I put this one back up again is okay, we're giving you a bit of how we see things at the moment. Should regional councils, and this one in particular, become more enabling organisations? Yes.
And not the doer?
Well, not.
Classic example this morning with the dam work, where we are enabling and then we set it free with the right people who are deeply involved and deeply committed and go forward. Yeah. Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, absolutely. So that one, sole responsibility, shared responsibility, you know, that I wouldn't necessarily say that we don't do it, but that you do less and somebody else does less. You're on a sliding scale here. You're moving things appropriately.
I want to see an organisation that doesn't do less, that doesn't achieve less, that has less outcomes. I want better outcomes and more action, but just not us doing it. I want the right people doing it, and that we are facilitators, enablers. We let the community thrive and the businesses thrive because they are doing it and it's their thing.
Yeah. Look,
I kind of don't really see that in this report. I feel like it's more stripping out, and I'm going to ring the regional council and AI. Siri's going to answer.
That's right. You're going to get a robot. Yeah,
exactly.
No, and I'm sorry if I've created that that feeling. I mean, there is an element of that. Let's be honest here. But part of controlling your costs is having other parties sharing those costs, and that's delegating stuff, which is enabling. And
as long as it doesn't just mean we're going to start employing a whole lot more consultants.
No.
Because that's not what I'm thinking either. We're not thinking that.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about those types of organisations. I'm talking about TLAs.
We'll sack everybody here and just employ a whole lot of consultants.
No. I'm talking much more about partners in the community and that sort of thing. But Guy, your overall proposition is I think, of an organisation moving to more enabling. Absolutely.
Can I have another very quick one, because I just really need to get in this bit?
One very small one, then we've got Councillor Curtin.
So in the time frame, page 32, the first part, the priority setting, decision making, revision of strategic plan, reducing governance transactions.
Yes.
When we go through the plan, Krista, you had the circles going across the thing, and we were up to the action plan. I feel it's really important that we have governance in there, and I think the phrasing is wrong. It's not reduce governance transaction, it's better enable governance and good governance, and we need a work stream that is how do we be better at decision making and focus, laser focus on those decisions. I don't think it's less, it's just better. Very cool.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin, then Councillor Sears. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well done, Councillor Rodley.
Oh, there's a lot of hand flapping. I know, there was.
It's not like me.
Jeff, I do have some worries about the efficiency and effectiveness of your paper. I really liked the comparatives. I think that was useful, gave us some good insights. But I'm afraid the slow boat to China doesn't do it one bit for me.
The what, sorry?
The slow boat to China.
You have to be a certain age to understand.
That's where we seem to be. That's the thesis of your paper.
Yeah.
We can't wait for 3 years. That's just not practical.
Yeah.
And I think it starts from your value proposition, and I think you just missed the boat.
China.
It's pressure on the general rate is not the problem.
No.
I don't know why you started there. The problem is, are we, and we have a strong census, I think, are we efficient and effective in delivering the priority services we want? Part of the problem may be an overcommitment. I'm not so clear on reduction level of service. I don't know how practical that is. But the problem really is the focus ought to have been on the efficiency and effectiveness of the service. And once you take that paradigm, make that paradigm shift, instead of looking for reductions in service or reducing our scope or reducing the number of meetings we have, you start to look at things differently, different lens, different paradigm. You start to say, and I go back to it, I take a leaf out of my colleague, Councillor Williams, on this, because it's not really about the rate. If there's a good value proposition there, if you're doing the right thing and you need to do it, well, you're going to have to pay rates. That's where I think this should have come from, and therefore we look at those options that then fall out of that if you change the way you're thinking. So it gets back to, again, the erudite contribution from my colleague Councillor Rodley to say we ought to be looking for different ways of doing it. We ought to be looking at leveraging the community, leveraging the volunteers, leveraging those community groups, because we cannot continue to have a standing army of people doing this because we're not achieving the outcomes you want. We're not reducing the sediment quickly enough because we can't do it on our own with the resources we've got. So I don't want to lose the will to live in going down this road unless it's got a very, very clear mandate and an outcome to it. I would have been looking straight up and saying, look, as Chief Executive got us 5 million, we want another 5 million, thanks, where we're going to find it, and how we're going to keep the level of service the same. The navel gazing and looking at putting our staff on the psychiatrist couch, which a lot of this is about, doesn't get us anywhere. We've got to act. The businesses don't work like this. They get on with it. We can't have 3 years of this, but that's my view.
Thank you for your contributions, which are along similar lines. So I think there's a lot to take away from here that we need to start embedding in the workshop. Okay. Councillor Sears.
Thank you. Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report, presentation. Similar but not quite the same. My laser focus is on this relationship between the governance, management and operations and this, what you're calling governance transactions. I thought I would see more in the report of a picking out of that, what you were talking about, whether it was the types of papers under local government for formal meetings, whether it was workshop time, face-to-face time. I didn't see a lot of the analysis I thought I would see in this report. But it's really simple to me, and I think I have a really clear understanding of what's strategic and what's governance and what's operations. Like I've said a number of times, I'm not the least interested in filling potholes for anybody. But it worries me when I hear you say, and this is why I'm checking it, of course, this is operational, and when your land management manager comes back and tells you he's cut this out of the program, that's an operational management decision. I don't see that as operational at all. I see it as a strategic decision now for us to choose which parts we wish to implement, i.e. this level of service or this program or this whole work stream, and then can you please go away and tell us how we're going to do it. That's how I see it. So I felt worried to hear you say that, and then in the way to be efficient, we do have a workshop together in 2 weeks. This is where we will have the opportunity to do our job as governors and look at how we wish to strategically apply what you've brought us in the report into the particular areas and send staff off to come back and tell us which parts they can implement quickly. Is that the plan, or have I missed something?
Yeah, I think so. I think, so I'm just caught on your earlier point, and maybe I come through to that. You will have your own culture of what are governance decisions and what are management decisions, and that's right. But as a generalisation, at a governance level, you're setting priorities, setting the direction of the organisation, but you're also setting tone and the way you go about this business, which is verging on operations. So the example you gave of Richard's, I would see that if what Richard's doing is having a fundamental impact on people out there, of course you've got to be part of that. That's a strategic decision. So I mean, look, just to clarify that point. And I didn't mean to suggest otherwise. Just the question of you expecting more detail in terms of the types of reports you might have and how you consider them and all of that sort of thing. No, we haven't got to that level of detail, but it will have to happen, or some of that will have to happen, because you can't make decisions about the number of transactions without having worked that through. And so I think we're more talking about what Councillor Roadley said, that we are trying to get more performance out of the organisation and not and not cut it back. But at the same time, we do have a limited resource to work with, and that's something that we just have to work through. In terms of that upcoming meeting, I would like to pause on that one, and because we haven't really had an in-depth discussion about what that might be. So if I wonder if we can just come back through Nick and the chair on that one, particularly in the light of what we've discussed here.
Yeah.
Well, it would be great for governance and ELT to have that as a conversation together to look at how would we like to approach that. I think that would be a really good first step in how those transactions or relationships take place. So I really support that.
We'll set the agenda together.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And Will, Councillor Foley, thank you for waiting patiently.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Jeff and Crystal. Look, I just have to disagree with that comment about no pressure on general rates. They went up 37% in this annual plan, and if that's not pressure, then I'm not quite sure what is. I feel quite responsible for starting all this off, and so look, it's a good day for this to come out and finally start to see the progress or the work that's been going on. But to Councillor Curtin's point, it would have been probably good even just to get to this point a lot quicker because of the, I guess, the uncertainty and just the need to act on this as things get tougher for everyone. But look, I feel responsible for this, but I'm actually stepping down from council at the end of this term, which is only a couple months to go. So a big, and I agree we've landed around the strategic plan, like that is the key, and it is overdue. to be refreshed and reset. There's no doubt about that. Except we got to the cyclone and then, everyone got busy and we kind of reset it in our own minds by default because of the cyclone, but we just haven't formalised it. So my question or point is that this will be done by a new council, which may include a lot of new faces that haven't been on this journey in the last 12 months. So I guess what part does that play in all of this? I mean, as part of the timeline, we actually need to ensure that the new council are still on the same page with where we've got to so far, just to ensure that the buy-in's there for it to continue.
Is that a question to me, or is it?
Yeah.
Bit hard for Jeff to answer. Nick, would you like to answer?
I think let's see what turns up through the election process, and part of the briefing to the incoming council needs to include this and where we get to with action planning in the next month. So I think the incoming council, as it considers its program, and I think as Jeff there's an absolutely critical role here for the incoming council to be setting that new strategic plan, because to use the old adage, form follows function, and so we need to be really clear what we want to deliver, the level of service that you as governors want to provide to the community, and then I can match the organisation to that, and that's a critical first step. And I think Jeff will, when he talks to you around action planning, it's getting that sequence right. Now, that doesn't mean some of the other stuff can't happen alongside that, but that's an absolutely critical piece. And my strong suggestion at this point is that is a really major focus for the new council, to get that done out the door well in advance of an LTP. So we're not trying to have a strategic conversation and a level of service conversation in a bunch of workshops leading up to a highly pressured LTP. Get that done. Your LTP is a product of that, not the thing that drives that.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you. I'll hand it over to Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. I'd like to move the paper if we're at that point.
Okay, recommendations 1 and 2.
Yep.
That's cool. Can I please have a seconder? Councillor Sears, would you like to speak any further?
Yes, just briefly.
Brief.
So, success has many fathers and mothers. So, and I think this is an example where we shouldn't ascribe where we've got to today to any one person, but a team effort between councillors and staff and consultants. So I think everyone has played a part in getting us to where we are, and we can be equally proud of that. I'd also note that the essence, I think there's a couple of bits in the report that sum it up for me. One is on page 12, where it talks about us being in the business of transitioning from environmental protection and enhancement to community resilience. And I don't think we can underestimate the shift that entails, and how, as part of community resilience, and we've learned through a cyclone that community resilience is working in the community with the community, which all goes to this question of how we move the dial from being the doer of everything to being more emphasis on their neighbour. So I think we've got that. And on page 26, indeed, it says it is exactly about being more their neighbour and less the service provider. So look, I think we're on track. Lots more work to do. Everyone's keen to crack on. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sears?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge, which I didn't earlier, so it's a good time to do it, that the feedback around our ELT and our staff engagement being so open and willing and free with their time to work through this process, and their keenness to engage in a process to create something far more efficient. So I want to just extend thanks to them, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, before I can vote on this motion, I need to understand it. What is the next step here? Because you talked about a workshop.
Yes.
And then there's going to be an action plan that comes back here for something called endorsement.
Yes.
Can someone please tell me what the word endorsement is intended to mean? Does that mean approval? And if not, why don't we put approval there?
Ian,
Are we approving the action plan after a workshop, or what are we doing here?
Would you like to differentiate approval and endorsement?
Sorry, it was actually Nick's
Okay.
recommendation, so I'll turn over to him.
Just what's the thinking there then?
Through you, Chair, I just was looking for an active word where you are doing more than just receive a report, but you feel you have been able to interrogate it, look at it, ask questions, and essentially then say, yep, we want to take this report forward. Next, and I've used the word endorse. I'm happy if council wants to change that. The next step is an action planning workshop and then an action plan.
Yeah.
And I'm seeking for council to do some active decision making over that, not just receive it and feel like you've.
I prefer the word approval.
Yeah, could I offer an alternative just for today is endorse, but that the action plan has to be approved by the council. Is that sufficient, Councillor Williams?
Let's put that word in the resolution then.
To approve?
No, yeah.
Receives and approves.
In two, notes the action plan, et cetera, will be presented at the August meeting for approval.
For approval. Are you happy with that, Councillor Harding?
Yeah, I will
Councillor.
address that in my reply, but yeah.
Okay, you're happy to accept that with approval? Yes, thank you. Fantastic. Any further speakers? We are a bit late.
I know we're late, but it can.
Oh, yeah. There's so much on in this, and to me, like the questioning, you could have let it go and it would have become a workshop. There's some really good bits in it, and there's some really awful bits in it, you know, from my point of view. That what we asked for and what we got is not the same, but that may just be a perception. I think we're on the right track. I would struggle with having to endorse it. To me, I would like to workshop. I don't want to slow it down because it's a slow boat to China. Some really good bits in it that I can work with, but others that I don't, and I haven't asked for. So I'm almost at the point of abstaining from the vote.
Okay, thank you for giving your point of view. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora. Look, the debate about endorse versus approve is a symptom of what Jeff and Crystal have been talking to us this afternoon about delegation and on ways of working, and it's a symptom of our at times overreach as governors. But beyond that, and there is some justification for that, and it's because we're operating on an old, outdated strategic plan. So the new triennium, they get in, they fix that, they establish some guardrails for operating, and then let the CE loose, right? And we can, and the new triennium governors will be able to lift themselves out of the day-to-day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the recommendations 1 and 2 with a change to approval of the next steps. All those who agree say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against? Those abstain?
Abstain.
Carried. Thank you, team. Thank you both for coming. We will see you on the 13th in a workshop. It has for 1 hour, but I suggest we take the hour and a half for that. Thank you, and we'll together build the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
What date was that?
It's the 13th. It's in our calendar for a Wednesday before
It's only an hour
RPC.
and a half.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, right. How are we doing for time? It was a rhetorical question. Okay, we're spending 5 minutes on the next 2 items, which are pretty straightforward. Okay. So we have the councillors' 2025-26 remuneration and allowances. A bit of an awkward time to make a decision, but there's no one else to make the decision. So Leanne, can you lead us out?
Kia ora, team. The item can basically taken as read. I did receive from the Remuneration Authority yesterday a new determination with an increased per mileage to take effect on the 1st of September, and it is, I think it's $1.17 per kilometre instead of $1.04, which it was. So I'm proposing that I will put that into the new updated, and that's the only other change. Okay, so if everybody, unless anybody has any questions. Yes,
Councillor Harding?
Yeah, Kia ora, Chair, just that updated policy, I couldn't see the security camera allowance in there, so you just might want to just check that that's in there.
to read it.
Right, okay. I'll make sure that it is in
It's
there.
not in our
Yes.
policy. It's in everything else, but it didn't make it into our policy yet.
Thank you.
Can check that. Are there any further questions? No? You happy to move, councillor Rodley? Can I have a seconder, councillor Sears?
Sure.
All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Can I speak?
Too late, we're finished.
For 1 minute.
I don't even need 1 minute. I just wanted to say that being a regional council, which is representative across the region, and being the person who lives a long way from these offices, that I know it's legislation, but the restriction on the length of time and the reimbursement for that time of travel actually penalises regional councillors, and that whoever sits in the seat representing Wairoa will always be penalised for living far away. I went outside my allowance January, I think, so months ago. So my business is supporting my attendance to all meetings.
Thank you. Can that be noted and sent back to IRD, who actually built that policy?
I understand it's nothing to do with us, but I just wanted a chance to
Put it out there. Thank you. Okay. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. We move on to affixing the common seal.
So moved, Madam.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to second. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Leanne, have we got a change of an agenda for the next one?
We do, and we just need to make the resolutions to move into public excluded.
We move into public excluded team.
So the reasons were.
You can come back though, Bruce. When someone texts you, maybe you'd have can.
No, but it'll take too long. You'll be gone by then.
Is it half an hour?
In about half an hour-ish.
Bruce Mackay.
Or you can join online.
30 others did.
Yeah.
I wonder if just one of the staff at the back could just show Bruce maybe an office to sit in and
Oh, yeah.
if he wants that and a cup of tea or something.
Agronomist. Okay, can I have a mover to go into public excluded and a seconder?
Is good bucket?
Councillor Sears?
Well, then if you're going to ask me to, you're going to have to explain why we're going
Absolutely. Leanne, why are we going into public excluded?
Because the projects are subject to undergoing negotiations and tender processes that could be prejudiced by the release of sensitive information that we're going to be talking about right now.
Thank you. You happy with
Yes,
that?
happy to move.
Okay. Can I please have a seconder? Thank you, councillor Harding. All those who agree, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you.